days behind the rest in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd. It's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm talking lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's city, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 odd years ago. That was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they thought that sounded too German. Like Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so it's a city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want to name it after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate this day in the former Soviet Union regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that. It's not very important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that, so it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They were assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic, federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights. They wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement goodness. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentration of Jews that lived there. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which was really the communist revolutions of October, November of 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tavarish Lenin in Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You see various nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. Typically, there's a waistcoat there, usually a bag of money. And quite often, not this particular example, but quite often, the capitalist is not so thinly veiled as disguised for a Jew. Usually, he's a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it was in November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to the capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, of course, a very prominent Jew. Although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless, he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy and representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx, with the word international referring to the Socialist International. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels at the top, as this reference here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in the secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If I zoom in here so you can see it better, this is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied to these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got pales. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity into absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is these 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old Testament books. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war that's going to take place. Thank you very much for watching. Let us resume our discussion of Daring in Jewish history by looking at the Sephardic diaspora. You'll recall that just 3 lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in terms of Jewish history, and why.
Someone told me that there are a few Italian Jews that live in this neighborhood. And although it's not my area of specialization, I thought I might have on for at least a broad survey of the history of the product. This is not intended to be anything in depth. It's primarily a quick overview of broad sweep of Italian Jewish history. If you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break, and then once my car and go home, and then we can ask the hard questions at that time. Okay, so I'd like to speak for about 60 minutes, so just talk everything I know of the car, I'll exhaust it. So first of all, I think a very important question, where exactly is Utah? So in many ways, Utah in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than a specific location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of Little India, where it's much more than what we do in the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what Bukhara is considered here is city, it is Uzbekistan today. We think about the region of Bukhara, it really refers specifically to an emirates that I'm sure we talked about. There are about 5 distinct cities in the region of the city of Bukhara. Bukhara do not have to count specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming out from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Taik. That's most likely a one-to-one correspondence with the current Jews in the region itself. We would estimate another 3,000 foreign Jews who listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language, because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language, so we can speakers. We'll add another 3,000 out of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukhara Jews, specifically those interloper Ashkenazi Jews, many of whom became in New York as the 20th century, as we can discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly focus primarily on the Jews. We take us to the late 20th century. Michael Sad, Business of Graphic Studies. He estimates about 8,000 colleges around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR, this is before Operation Exodus and soon as reflect. Another 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old Bukhara community that expanded significantly in the 1970s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. Now, it's interesting to know that Uzbekistan today is almost completely empty of Italian Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Bukhara today, and almost all of them are members of the Ashkenazi tribes and Orthodox. So, Bukhara Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukhara Jews around the world, both in Israel and in certain boroughs of New York City as well. Usually you can find if you go to the streets and look for stone railings in the front, you'll probably find to the local foreign community. Also, there tends to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots of barber shops in the time. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the foreign community to very ancient associated really with the first Roman Jewish war. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 2 dozen coins that were minted by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're always the same on the left. They have either Vespasian, the Roman emperor, destroyed the sovereignty of the son Titus, and on the right, you have these phrases Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this significant Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate in size, and on the right is the strongest woman, typically with her head in her hands and had her tongue this lying posture. Sometimes she's portrayed terrifying way with her hands behind the back, just how far Judea, the province of the Roman Empire in around Israel has been subjugated to Rome. There's a ball top in the middle, one of Israel's most important exports. So this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea. That there would be no more Jewish presence in Israel or in fact in the rest of the world because the Romans had effectively eliminated their state. There were 3 major revolts. The first one, of course, resulted in the destruction of the temple. Another revolt in the year 115, and then the Bar Kokhba in the year 135, that was the last major revolt, smaller revolt in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile. The first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when Sahara and several other Jews evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of the land of Israel and executed a population transfer to regions in contemporary Iran and Iraq. And we also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, and also to the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That will end up being a lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jews in the Talmud and so on. But how did Jews get all the way up to the Torah in the century? We definitely have some different of Jews distributions. The earliest known reference to Jews is in the 3rd century, when Rabbi Shmuel business visited a place called Mur, which is discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Mur, and he had a very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a beer drinking community in Paris. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing the use of characters in the Taik language. We're definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews in the region, there has been some stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there than the Empire. This is additionally to show who's going to laugh at this point. These temperatures are the same as the future. Okay, this one goes very well by the way with us. And I was see this wow. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we have limited evidence of Jews in the region in the 8th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here traverses all of Central Asia with the major route for goods traveling from the eastern Mediterranean, of course, all points of Europe and North Africa, to the Far East, China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods halfway through. The colonizing the sea of the Red Sea and Arrow is an extremely important site there, and Jews were most likely located in Kara, along with the mysterious Aragonite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which is written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian but using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish. It's basically German, very German Hebrew letters, or Judeo-Arabic written in Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German as phlegm, but that's an audio version. This is a 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road that really indicates that Jews were trading in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because Jews were primarily many illiterate populations in the medieval world. And even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people among whom they lived typically could not be invited. That's why, for example, Rashi has a tremendous vocabulary for French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi, in order to learn French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews. So that's why Jews would be trading with the language of the most familiar that they were reported to keep that. We also have a little further along the Silk Road in this remarkable cave of the 1,000 Buddhas. There's a name of it sounds like, 50 on Jones kind of thing. In the cave of 1,000 Buddhas, this amazing Sivika, a prayer from the 8th century written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler on the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned but still found in the late 19th century. So you definitely know that Jews are traveling along these major routes. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route. So when we start to know a lot more about Jews, Bukhara is primarily under Muslim. So Islam was born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Islam into North Africa, all the way down to Spain, crosses into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These churches are great with Ashkenazim. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazim are the only networks. And then, of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes incredible speeds across Central Asia, penetrates north into establishing other Muslim countries of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is swept up. How this affects the, by now, centuries-old identity of Bukhara and Jews is fairly well known. Primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first caliph of Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have actually early written documents from the 9th century. But this pact was essentially an agreement, or a proposed agreement that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live in Muslim territories. It's an extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to strictly. Quite often, its restrictions either could be circumvented by, of course, they applied here and there. Sometimes the safeties that you can were by Muslim authorities, but for the most part, this pact of Umar was kind of like a steady enforce that allowed Jews to live with some degree of regularity in Muslim lands. And there's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history that, historically speaking, the Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should impose that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from society community helps people be sort of focused on themselves and sort of, develop a material status and be more self-reliant on each other. When that understanding exhausts below a certain level, whereas, and I'm not talking about a violent sense of industrial or you can't join the Fleming Process Country Club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social activities, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, places like that. So that is something that's actually good for Jewish people. When that disappears, then you run into assimilation. That's primarily been a challenge in America, for much of, especially the 20th century. There's so little anti-Semitism that Jews have sort of disappeared into the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing itself since October 7th, but that's 2,000% of it. What would this kind of law say? It basically defines and regulating the status of protected peoples, did not or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. So that's the three basic areas of the Jews. So first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews do not engage in large outward displays of their religiosity. So we're not allowed to build new religious structures, so theoretically you could look there and old synagogues, you could not build a new synagogue. I mean, the idea of that Rumar was to keep Jews as institute should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and it extends over 12 or 1300 years, it's going to be ignored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll hit the correct tribe, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. Not all of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 8th century, but the idea is, that is supposed to be contained. They could not, have like photo parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbol, and this is like on fine or religiously convenient, especially when there are symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to ride horses. They could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms. They could not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often obviated or circumvented liberal application of the right, but nevertheless, in general, it's so that Jews have to be second class all the time and be seen as second class. Finally, reparations for the Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish, called jizya, also applies, of course, to Christians, not non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, and we have in several other Muslim communities, the orderly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting money. So was that thing meant to be a humiliating kind of thing? But again, it was very, from time to time, from office to office, so that this symbolic slap was put. You can imagine, however, the president of the Jewish community had to go and deliver the funeral pasties 4 times a year and then receive a slap on the face. It definitely was some very clear messages which are not welcoming society. They have a place, they're supposed to be protected there, but not necessarily to feel comfortable at home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers, the military, soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They would not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially they could not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minarets was designed to sort of obviate the challenge of build a tall internet. It's very hard to get your house higher than that, but that I don't know. But maybe this is kind of like the elements of the tactical model, which, again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate that in the 20th century, 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow things to be career because Jews tend to prefer to live in environments which are to discriminate on their side. Our side means a society that is governed by the law. So in other words, to carry this further, I may understand that I am suffering from certain discrimination, some things that I should be held sadly, so I can't go into different things like that. But I know that there's some things that walk through my brain that it's called for these people come, so look for the culprit and that person will suffer a fine because you're not allowed to break things in a direct society like that. That's why we look at this like Jews, in the 20th century, South Africa, we get to develop strong communities because of that kind of background and something we just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to expand. Okay, so that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which is from the 8th century right up until the Russian period, the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happened in Christian Europe. And Christian Europe is developed a totally different idea or different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of witness. Now, we want to go too deep to explain this outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness is basically the church fathers' doctrine from the 4th century, and St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It was actually an innovative concept, slaves and not, he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if you kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is the guy. So there is an idea that these are Jews, albeit in second-class status in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution did not be extreme. But of course, it's changed the kind of stuff. What's, I think, fascinating about the orange is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about that. We don't have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activities, activities, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they absorbed the background knowledge. We didn't know a lot more about them after Rabbi and Rabbi Brian Martin, Margaret is interesting. Sharia, she is essentially a emissary collecting charities for religious institutions in the spot in order to do it. He comes to our and he calls him Father, calls him people, he himself is not a central factor. However, what he brings to our community is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi and Joseph Father. This Picard, of course, is a Spanish refugee who was born in Spain and then was expelled as a child, went to North Africa, ended up in Constantinople for a long time, and his most lasting contribution to history is, of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. And as one of the things that's so crucial about this period of time is that although the Picard Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing halacha, we were observing it primarily through a mimetic system. I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically imitated. I basically do the same thing as the Downs in Torah. But with the advent of inexpensive printing, with the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and inexpensive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, your grandfather, or your great-grandfather have standardization stuff that you really liked because it has sentimental value for it. But you know what? It probably was a little less than these. Less than maybe the office size that was mandated. But you know what? That's the size that we have. So it's easy to be impacted into generations afterwards. Jewish distributed the size of a not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi by Moshe Isserles, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally in the things. In many areas of halacha, it's not, in many areas of execution, but in many areas of halacha, there are main areas of what is precisely the correct thing. We may choose one particular path, but there may be other areas that are still acceptable, but there was a single path as chosen by the Shulchan Aruch, some by the Ramah, the commentary on this, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and learning. Most people do not have high levels of learning authority to be able to challenge something that is in the things. As my grandmother at that shop used to say, I probably should have used this, but I remember folks remember. She used to say, Lazarus Master government of Europe, I say, on a glass of whiskey, you should say Baruch, right? Because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, how are we going to print? Again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they have multi-year prayer traditions. Because the Torah is exactly what we do. Shemona Esrei, the order of prayers, and things like that. Any regions that did not write a prayer book real quickly, essentially lost their Torah. There used to be this thing called a Saal ritual. Like France, used to be this thing called Romani style that's almost totally disappeared. How to draw it in version. There's so many different versions that because it's not in the prayer book, it's and that's exactly what happened in Bukhara is by being such a devotee of this great halachas and mystics from Scott, or living side of the old lady of Yosef Karo, he was able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have. It has all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you used to do for daily and voting, and every now and then you might find a slight difference. Bukharans is adopted with tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how the Bukharans Jews, like many Jews, you're not alone. Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Iranian Jews adopted Sephardic Spanish right, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they followed the special kind of look, which is a factor not only always produced great brilliance, but also the factor that the Jews had just actually played. It could have been the Bukharans that produced the Joseph Karo and printed their own Shulchan Aruch curriculum, we all do products. And we would all be really quite actually, I really did. I went to what did I eat there? Yes, stuff, right? Cheaper, right? Is that right? Yeah. I wish I was Bukharan. That food is fantastic. Okay, so it was this one individual, not Bukharan origin, essentially revolutionized the Sephardic attachments to the Bukharan, which has perpetuated itself to this day. It's interesting to note this is someone, some of you might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation, Alana Cooper, and this is a book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs. And it talks about the Bukharan's unclean Jewish blood and the experience that she was doing because she was trying to understand its culture. And she points out that there's this long historiographic myth of the Bukharans being kind of like lost Jews of Central Asia. And nobody knew about them. They were discovered in the 18th century by Rabbi. But in reality, she says there's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharan Jews. In the 19th century, having phenomenal manuscripts, like tremendous numbers of scholarly works, deeply learned and so on. It just happens that the influence of my Rabbi and Shulchan was so crucial. These were not lost Jews waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their mimetic culture, their mimetic tradition, until the Shulchan Aruch was actually found. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century. We are a little bit tour of the current history linkage to the Russian people. And you might wonder how did the Ottomans start speaking Russian after all? This is basically a Taik speaking region, and we can see that as well. And things changed when the Russian Empire expanded into the region primarily in the 1920s. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, foreign Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. The Russians, of course, all Orthodox Christians, come into this region which overwhelmingly Muslim and do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. There are a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures that they try to control this frequent investment region. Some people from Afghanistan, which is potentially Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims to try and keep them in place. However, we recognize that there were Jews in Bukhara, and Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities. They've been using really since the medieval period and so trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give Bukharan salesmen, Bukharan counters, Bukharan tradesmen, mercantile individuals, including who were traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time when it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let's recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar, when a member of the royal family, one woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable, and so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars and Tsarina's after him, that Jews would not be allowed in Holy Mother Russia. It was considered the third Rome, it was supposed to be murder of third Christianity, and so Jews were officially blocked out of Russia in 1479. This occurred, this was a statement in 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not a Russian origin, she was from Russia, but she turned out to be Russian, really in military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration in the world. And she has to face the position, what am I to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland, now I control all the Jews. And she decided to invoke a kind of compromise, which is known in English as the Pale of Settlement, which is a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia, all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine. The Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive and a massive ghetto, really, with huge overcrowding. But at the time, it was actually pretty quickly in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross large cities like St. Petersburg, to Moscow, and even certain cities in the Pale, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 Jews lived there anyways in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews in the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazi lands were not allowed to move into the major trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but Bukharan Jews were allowed. Bukharan Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of their significant connections, able to exploit new territories of the rest of Europe. And with that money, they also, following my Rabbi's original teachings, decided to open up Zionists, proto-Zionist organizations. Really ahead of the same organizations like EU and Taik in Ukraine, who had the Bukharans who second Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th century. So up until the Soviets came to power in 1918, the Jews of the Hollow did fantastically well under Russian rule. Then they eventually used under the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then we have the second revolution in November of that year. October, of course, by the Soviet countries, old countries, Soviet Union, Russian counter, and then you have the Communist Revolution. Then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on Jewish society. In particular, this individual, a Rock Chabad rabbi named Konstantin, he was later made the head of the Yetzetia. The Yetzetia was the Jewish section of the Communist Party. This was an organization, more than of the Soviet Union, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. They were to take advantage of internal Jewish tools, like the Yiddish language, and to some degree Jewish culture, to try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist ways, and to bring them into the communist world. One of the crazy experiments during the time of the Yetzetia was in place, such as, for example, the creation of red haggadahs, which were haggadahs in Hebrew, that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism was the Egyptian taskmasters, all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now with the new Soviet paradise, there would be no more need for any kind of, aspirations towards God, which is why we view him as a commitment to the past and so on. Wittgenstein, however, before his posting as the head of the Yetzetia, was the head of education in the college. He came in there strong, desperately trying to convince the Congress to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. I think it sounds funny. This is actually an organization sponsored by the Yetzetia. They published magazines like this one called Taik, The Heretic, that's Bolshevik, is the Russian version, Godless. And these were like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get the current Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called colonization, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect. Like it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? The Easter is religious and do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Ari, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language written in Hebrew characters. They said it's okay to pick up your language, but first of all, we have to make it proletarian. It has to be able to be read by regular people. It has to therefore be, first they decided to put in Latin characters, so for a period of time, the Ari was written with Roman letters like we have in the English language, and then they said, okay, this is stupid. We use the Cyrillic language, and we switched to the Cyrillic afterwards. That lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of interesting to note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists were among the worst. Because, there's nothing like a Jewish Parsi was a true believer. He would go to the end of the world to try and become also be and they did insane things in Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay on the recording platform. That's the authentic language. But we have to make it proletarian and also make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they did, made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters. Right? If you do alphabet with 22 letters, 5 of them in that spot are written differently to make it and named over. That then looks like their test. You put them again where they listed it, they said that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the gulag. just for printing those letters. Ukraine is also a problem. Ukraine is very close to Russia, but there's certain letters in existing Ukrainian voices in Russian. For example, the letter G has distinct from the letter H. It says in Ukrainian, the letter G became illegal. You printed the Ukrainian, don't put the letter G in, off the statute. Basically, I consider it kind of ironic that there's a karma, right? And for this is of course, the Chabad theater published in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's why when I go there, people call me either Gildery or Fender. But the difficulty is and so, but the word Tiras Hashem, the name Hashem itself, that's spelled with H. How do you say that? So therefore, it's indicating the Chabad added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top. Because it should be pronounced as H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually gave them a letter in return. And now we have to check. Okay, another weird kind of experiment, not so much related to Kara, except approximately to Kara, or just more than an Afghan, very young, unusual experiment, and always by President Taik, thinking that one of the ways of trying to water down Jewish support for Zionism was that they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. Let's put it way out here in the far east, right? Quite a way, 2 times about halfway to Moscow, and they were done. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin did not like the idea of banning child labor to the John Solomon. I think that Jews do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish Holocaust in Far East for 2 decades. You can say like it was one thing that we got to say here, now next week we are going to speak more, next week's topic is going to be Jews in Russia, which we collapsed for this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important is our Jewry, Russian Jewry as a whole is the incredible support of Chabad. Chabad, its commitment to the Jews of Russia, which is over the top. We used to say, Cathedra or Liga. They're always over the top. Way more than any other organization. Hundreds of rabbis, pipeline, smuggled in steel and things like that. Chabad is deeply invested in serving Jews under the car and entirely. And by the first couple of years already, some the center there, and then continued by the son-in-law and successor, that was not the phenomenal thing that really kept the slaves and Jews alive. People thought that it was never full return to discovery thanks to which is an important place for us right now. Okay. Much of the current Jewish music contains a shocking advance under Stalin in the 1930s under the Persians. And the establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, by building of dams, things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very brutal way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that it could not accept the idea that climate moving forward. It was certainly jokes about this culture, the traditional movement, so we shut the windows and pretend that we would set curtains for single days. That's exactly what happened to the 5-year plans in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funding ending in real life because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition was instituted or people were denouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say, well, we're producing, and when they're investigating, they say, oh, look what's happening. These numbers are not corresponding to what I'm seeing in the numbers. Things like that. Must we have saboteurs or wrestlers inside these will be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but maybe with the effective 16 million people who were sent off to exile and were murdered. Massive number of deaths involved, especially when you include the artificial famine in Ukraine, Donbass region, that is also part of this case. In Bukhara, anyone who stood out, the fact that they appeared to be Jewish, that they were public Jewish, they were among the first targets of the Kurds, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to the darkest period, especially the Ashkenazi period. And on June 22nd of 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed a non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time. So therefore, he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually was reviewing. And so that gave Hitler the ability to conquer the West. France fell, and Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, and Hitler turned to his real territorial ambition, where he wanted to establish related ground, that was in the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was the surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, it was at the outskirts of Leningrad, places under a brutal siege. It was very close to Moscow. All of the food was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule, and so on. So it was a period when it was really at the darkest times of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is because he sent four squads of mobile killing units called access equipment that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army. And these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for a frontline battle, with the bombers, the Marines, things like that. And they were assigned to go to each of the tiny little shedlocks that dotted the region, filled with thousands of Jews, to round them up, bring them out to the beaches, or in some places actively push them to dig their own graves, and then to execute them with machine gun fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in the east of Europe, and it's actually, you can see that in many, many locations where this happened. Today is perhaps the most infamous, but now is God in Russian ravine, the ravine of the Rabbi, the old Communist ravine, some 32,000 Jews were killed in this region in the east. Incredible amount of killings that happened in this region. And there also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors were being killed in Lithuania, so monument to that city of Houston, a small shelter division. So this happened beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the Russian movement and switched to the deportation system that took people to the newly constructed death camps. 6 of them primarily in the Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious of them. It's kind of like the evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns and found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to wax poison, Cyclone K, and what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, like 600,000 Jews who fled to the hands of Siberia, but we have the region of Nepal. The population, the Jewish population increased by 86% in Nepal, largely made up of this huge block of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharians are really treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the Assyrian, by all accounts, the Bukharians were relatively the Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them tremendous amount of hospitality. But my own father, ROTHSCHILD, and his family, working from the north to their own homes, and that's what the Bukharians did to Ashkenazi. So, it's a piece of me, I said, we're happy with the Ashkenazi. We do this on Stalin, the Kurds, and so on, and people their language, and things like that. They would not. They were treating the Ashkenazi with tremendous kindness, and that allows so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. We hear about people who survive the Holocaust in this region. It's largely due to kindness. The diaspora of Bukhari Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem, and we see a region called the region of Bukhari, where they actually established new development homes going back to time in the 1880s and 1890s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for example, Polish Jews, the Bukharians were early adopted. Many of them came after the war when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the Israeli camps. But the largest influx of Bukhari Jews through Israel, which largely emptied out the power of the regional habits, came to the population exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules not allowing Jews to exit the Soviet Union, including the establishment of some number of Israel places like this. And I think what we can say by way of actually the Bukhari legacy, we began a discussion with this discussion of this point, the Judea Catholic point, which in many ways was intended by its creators, their station, as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We have totally destroy them. We've been never bothered by the Jewish people out here. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliated them. Judaism is gone and done for. So I want to show you an interesting coin, a medallion that was created with Israel in 1958 to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment in Israel, a medallion presentation. And on one side, it has the familiar kind of elements that we see. There's the phrase Judea Capta, there's the Roman soldier, there is the despondent woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in a very beautiful artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. So in place of Roman soldiers, you have a Jewish woman pregnant with a Christian child, an affirmation of life, and on the right side, despondent woman, you have a Jewish tree planting a tree. Here, there's hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with the Bukhari Jews, that like this medallion, the Bukhari are people that value life. We are life and purpose people. Yes, and life and purpose. Sure. But they also are, like all Jews, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Judaism. And it is the derogatory there that puts up behind the values of God. Simply so many things of environment and allow the spirit to be separated from the people. So with that, we want to thank you for your attention and out. I just put out that other questions that both parts that please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back. There are people are coming back to talk about it. We talk about the WhatsApp because really interact. Okay, we're ready to comment. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Hashem and Nastasia that erupted in the 1790s and lasted about 1815, and then it sort of settled down except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel it right back and say, what do you do on YouTube anyway? Rabbi was not if you're going to want to do have to do exactly what are we talking about. So I'm going to try and separate this from real testing because it's becoming very popular today. I'm actually involved in a little bit of a lot of research on it. It's actually revenue and the real accepting the two roads. But actually, traditional practice, just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and beliefs, if we break it down, if you have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany, largely as an insult. It's designed, the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to Muslims who think there's only one way to be Jewish, and it comes to us from Jew, who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride. Again, it's the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there's no such thing as one way to be Jewish. I've also about that, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalai-Lama's. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would use the term also which means full believers. It is the old way. So they later became called opponents because the opponent was this new movement called Hasid. So in terms of really believe in find out the answer is yes. Most people are on the same page. We believe in really key elements of traditional way. For example, a person is going to become an care and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join the club. There are 3 basic things that it's like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things you've got to get? The body thinking about it. The third one. Conscious exactly. Those are 3 really things. As those 3 down, you can slowly manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of conscious, absolutely they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what I'm trying to get yes. So then, how are they different? They are all on the same kind of page with these things. What is next? Yes, there are like tiny details. Like for example, there is a difference between the construction of the mikvah and the board, or yacht board, or whatever, pocket board. There's kind of details that the Rabbi can really get these into and see. But the general parameters of regular people, they're really go for a march and come to the planet, and you saw how to see that, and how rate of standing side by side, you wouldn't even go to not even learn this. So it's really because of the rebellion that we started with Thomas Manifest. The rebellion of the special really rebellion of the sense that they're finding as it were old things and renewing them. The Hasidim just say that, hey, for starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on some sober Hadash, Hasur, and Torah. The idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in, right? Is that Hadash? Well, yeah, you don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can kind of say, hey, we should incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. We are going to go to all the things that go to the most crazy shortly. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be the high point of the shoe. I don't want to give it away before I really get it. Let's try to understand a little bit. What are these components discussed, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim, and what's new is stuff that has been forgotten. Not new, Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old and so old that we forgot about it. So they're not introducing something new. For the non-Hasidim, the fashion part is like how it is that these things are actually made. So, for example, the term Hasidim, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabi, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidim Ashkenaz, we spoke about them a few weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Okay? You can go with English or you go with it, or you go with English. Go beyond what is actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when you come to potatoes, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave inside the potato. And you can't shave the potato with a blade. You know the blade potato, sometimes I like the potato. So with a blade, you can't shave the side of the head. But the thing about it is that if you can't shave it, or you can't trim the potato, you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it roll, down low, if we burn that, and it's very pretty. Because if we can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's going beyond what is technically required. That's here. You see it, the and Yemenites also. But where the Litvaks got white potatoes, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Rabbi, that some of the things that the Hasidim did really well, so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks start adopting this by this little Hasidic custom. This is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just the Yiddish customs, but also Sephardic customs get into the Ashkenazi world, and we just have like a tumult with many different pockets. So that's where Litvaks will also roll their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like so long. Disregard. Wait, oriented. Yes, it does absolutely. Example of Hasidim following Magdic customs. The obvious one is the emphasis on learning Gemara. That's one of the big arguments that the Hasidim were, they're not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. That's a that's kind of like the ultimate literature value of studying text, especially for us, the intellect, the revealing for us. That's what that became a great aesthetic value as well. Going back on this. Okay. Let's go through the actual. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question. How did Hasidim become so popular so rapidly? This is something we just began to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it was swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it get so rapid, so fast? There's two different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Zess. You recall, we talked about him a while ago. He's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. Welcome. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. Wrote first in German, later in Russian. And his history was designed in any way to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless were still heroically moving ahead with developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of the Brexit model of thinking that pervades the entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you the conflict with the Ukraine conflict. Did I discuss that in one? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on, especially at the Holocaust. There was a huge counter reaction against that book. He wrote in the 1880s and 1890s, he turned in English in the first decade of another century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to you because they're so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are culture. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get touched. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those have seen them as an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold with Poland and Ukraine? Because those groups who lived there were unfortunately bereft of a good citizenship. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They didn't be far more literate than the population around them, but they're still less literate than German Jews. Know that they're classic and states and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabbat. And they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jews. And that's his approach is Nazism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant, they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussions, Mr. Frank? Do you have any problems with this? Yes. First of all, you say that they were illiterate. They are much less literate than others. Is a forceful response to that country. They would never have been allowed to get on species. So it's not but it doesn't start right. But I would say that it's more of the idea of the Hashem that we have to get in literacy. I see that people as Hashem are learning. But that's the deal. You don't document Hashem. So you're having this next historian. Shouldn't know. I mentioned it myself. I talked about how we shot and then it was right. So, but we've seen a lot of conflict. I was saying specifically on customers. Shouldn't know. Unlike Rex, who did most of his work in Germany, Dilko did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in English, if I remember correctly. And he said, no, Rex, you're all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like relishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north in Lithuania. They were separated from them, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it using both expressions of religiosity through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Friends, you should not criticize the Hasidism because they're actually sometimes really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them. Right? So very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Hoover is kind of like he explores thought even further. Martin Hoover was not actually an historian, but he was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude toward Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard his famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, was a very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read to his comments, who's criticizing Breslov and so on, that's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic, amazing, weird stories that really not many people tell, things like that. He said that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind blowing. I want to get accustomed, regardless of all the other stories. Now, here's my favorite. Not favorite. Here's not my favorite. I do think he's great. Here's really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai. He does draw direct lines from Shabtai to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai, of course, was a huge debacle as a converted to Islam and everyone was suppressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Tzfat, the Arizal. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of and a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became Polish Catholics, and even after he converted, they stayed on quietly or under the table, still being Shabbataistic believers. It was for about half a century a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were still serving as the head of their faith, still serving as posting and stuff like that. We know that they're still writing pro-Shabbataistic stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. Grant, quick question. We're going to follow around that. I also was looking for it, and I heard people saying this around probably before Hasidism was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Rosh Hashanah. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. It's Dino. Someone else is going to have to this here. They can talk to me about this. Yes, right. Dino is great. Because, I don't know. I'm feeling all right. I think you were all I don't know. I don't know. So you have to look up. You have a computer. Like a video do it. Then still, it's great. You know why I love it? It's an approach. Because he uses the agency. Before Agency was even born, he used the agency. And he basically says, well, funny. When you guys all talking about ideas and even about thinking and dancing, no, think about money. Think about it on this. We know that in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, like who owned the villages? Who owned like the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noblemen, right? The Schlachta in Polish, and Yiddish, the poets. But the poets owned everything. Nothing can happen in his landed territory, his Lapisonia, without the Jewish community. So who hired the rabbi? The forests hired the rabbi. So the forests would actually the Lord, the non-Jewish Polish Lord, would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jews. It was like a syndicate. It was like a little, it was just like a shell of the Republic. Was like a sweet job that you could get. So that meant that a lot of people would actually go and bribe the poets to become the town rabbis. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. The tax on Shabbos candles went to the rabbi. The whole pile of these kinds of like local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit and learn, and you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and and you could be the rabbi of Israel or something like that. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Now back to this movement. Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say we don't want to have anything to do with these, all I can think of is like profanities here, so I'm looking for words. So all of these these corrupt rabbis who fought their positions and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. We need lasting some inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to have a drink with a fellow Jew without to cry over their problems. Those are the guys who want to be our leaders. And moreover, when it comes to really seeing that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict in a second, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it? You want to buy meat. Now, the butcher shop, which is typically the shoulder too, right? You buy a piece of meat yourself. You guys probably never saw a woman salt meat, right? It used to be that when you got meat, you did not come with a button, but you had to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually had to take a special class to learn how to salt the liver. Complicated thing. You gotta just buy the meat. It's like comes like that in a plastic in a grocery store, right? Anyways, so if we're buying from the Shohei who's paying the tax to the rabbi who don't like, what happens if you want to pay your meat tax that you're going to pay anyways to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to use a shkita. I can't go to the regular shkita. I need to go to the Hasidic shkita. And so you have a different shkita that's a Hasidic dinar says it's a whole revenue stream. It directs it away from that. Rabbi goes through it. Let's say, for example, the Litvan Saladav Shachar is during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you're over sending customers that says, you have to dump when you're ready. Like, let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have another shul. You can't some time, especially if there's an overlap. You can't put two different components in the same shul. So you know what? You have a big revenue stream. Then Santina's argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. There's money involved. You have a Hasidic rabbi, like elect to support this guy, as opposed to being into the corrupt rabbi of the board's home. Mr. Brandon.
The legislative rights in religion and the Hasidic side of Christ. They don't try to tell other.
Yeah.
How do those
We're going to get there. I know I tell you guys the tricky part, but we just had 4 minutes. But we'll get there. Mr. Kratz, quick one.
so far off looking at spiritual Jewish world that I get money for you to be part of it? So far.
But Mr. Kratz, ever wasn't so. Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do.
It wasn't still rabbis going off kind of town without making a dime, just to avoid the very authorities.
Necessarily. Not necessarily. We still see, I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return on that. Other interesting arguments, Robert Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? It's missing half of the human race. Women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they have largely been locked out of traditional literature practice. There are actually several examples of female refugees in history. There's a famous maiden of Woodmere, for example. Her name is Nevermonder, and she would have a titch. She would give shear, sometimes behind in a veil, sometimes not. All all kinds of interesting ways in which if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things need to be done, and all of a sudden you can practice for them. Another example is in the 21st century going through is like Chabad sleepless, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, there's only the two of them there. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rabbis to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that Rabbis 100 years ago would not have done. Different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, knowledge-based, and it's all couched within tradition, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women because it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this captured the map. Let's get down to the origins of it. So here's my colleague Monica Boston, actually a senior colleague, had a big impact on my own research. He's at Iran. When the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed just slightly before it, many scholars were until then shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things to get out and so on. So he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc. It was not part of the Soviet Union per se, but it was part of the bloc. Ironically, I was also a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got into this field, because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Lechewicz, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. He wrote a book called In Search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, the famed founder of Hasidus. He didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person or not. The only book we had that said anything about it was this one, Shivrei HaBesh, the praise of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, right? Master of the good name. That was published decades after he lived, and so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that, that we don't even know how we're supposed to think this. It's not a history book. So there's a lot of questions. If we live. So Moshe Boston went and directly to Menshi Joshua where he's supposed to live and found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here in the course, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now this is quite different. You might not agree with Mr. Stuff, looked up his name. But Mr. Rubin, frankly, I don't think it's about it, but still did it. It's like saying a Geshe didn't exist. I mean, except in our pre-existent. Well, that's a whole different argument. Perhaps about 155 sometimes. But yeah. So it's we don't know possibly the existence. We didn't have census data, and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like Pied Piper or the Sheriff of Nottingham that we don't necessarily know exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, please prove that he existed, and so he did. Now, by the way, this book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Pence would probably repeat about, and he was wandering and things like that. He was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as they called him reverend, and it's like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of the sources like Shivrei HaBesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of it. His name is based on roughly 600 1759 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about that a lot of data. So this is the colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in the UK. This is actually the Nazi library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern. Now he looks more like a figure with like not too much hair and what he has is all white. But he's a brilliant scholar. And they're both early 20s. And he was working with these impressive, these were like record books from the communities over in Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements in the library to keep holding on to some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about these research on the precursor, but Mr. Abraham's answer is exactly, good question. The reason is because there are tons of people going around who are called Baal Shem. And these are necessarily called Baal Shem, but people are fighting. He was the Baal Shem. Oh, what does that mean? Friends, you can answer that? So hang on one second. Hang on. Somebody can answer that? He's the good Baal Shem. Excellent. But what does that mean? The good Baal Shem. What are the bad Baal Shem? No. Well, everybody's just kind of like, say before. So first of all, what is a Baal Shem? Okay, what do they do? Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master of the name. Master of Hashem's name. Why? Because they would write names, write amulets. So huge deal. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the debacle of the Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a good living writing amulets. You know what amulets, right? You probably have seen them, maybe not owned something, right? When our children was born, we got these little laminated cards, and that's something like a Shavuot amulet. Shavuot was also an amulet. So that's really an amulet, but not as big as right? That's just a same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word Cronenberg to me, but like magical devices. More technical term is they are theurgic devices. These are tools you can use to get God to get someone to do. Right? That's like magic, right? So you can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that's used for making happen. So this is part of Jewish culture, right? The Hafsa, the hand, the giant, the wood off the around, the little cards that we got, like the borders of kind of bread, we got those things. I'm selling them myself. In fact, when my boys, my first son was born, a very religious rabbi gave us a very complicated hamlet on the front floor. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording afterwards. But we use amulets. Sometimes people hang them in their rear view mirror in their car, stuff like that. So in especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine, there's some guy who looks really good. He seems like a nice guy. You go up and say, "Oh, Rabbi, I'm having so much trouble with my business. My daughter comes to shit up, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a cameo for me?" I know the right something. You put in your hat, put in your pocket, you put it on top of the threshold of your door, and things like this. These people are called Baal Shem, amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so hook. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your ambulance. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? How about in our time, some of them are strict dollar, if I was from my stack, so it's like exactly which word, strict dollar, somewhere around there. All the discussion of can you wear a amulet on Shabbos, and a whole discussion. But what's the defining factor? It's also discussed first instead of Shabbos, but we'll go say, right? When do you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets can you wear? If they're written by a book, they're written by an expert. So that means right away, you've got amulets written by experts, and amulets are mounted by experts already in the complicated period. So it's a really hard thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, coming in Mexico, he goes to Paul Oh, he was great. His amulets were up. And he was so wonderful. He was level, and that's how he went really quick. So, my colleague Doug and I studied the college, particularly he looked at one called Hillel Bosch. Last example, Hillel Bosch wrote a 500-page manuscript which forbade to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Doug and I, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like one of the last gasps of anti-book culture. We're not going to go into the whole, business of publishing. So anyway, you speak and have it, you have to be able to write that. So there's a whole background about from the biology. So they have to do this. But it's on the other hand, so Mr. Grant's I would have to say that it was should have been more, they had a very good later the ship their best. It will produce of teaching with the Taik. So those were you have to accept the assertion that it passed down to the student. If you don't accept that, or you have skepticism, so we want to see is it really true. Let's celebrate a lot of the I think the objects considered might have more than I'm not positive. Mr. Parentis. The amulets go all the time. The amulets go for this part of Ashkenazis, and the reason it exists that we have it in tomorrow discussion amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that it had an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And then it makes pretty good progress. You get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s, and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. But let's go on for it. So what happens to this? I'll show you how a couple of disciples, one of them treated the body of Nazareth. The body of Nazareth has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is also present, and those 5 disciples distribute to each other. It's a great book, The Historical Atlas of Positivism by Marcin Gorczynski, and it has all of the really cool maps of opportunities of spread. Commonwealth, here's bench bush, and here's like from bench bush and line, you have the massive spread of but of course, and this is in 1772, when he lived, so it's really rapid excitement. About 1760, 12 years later, you got the 3rd generation going, and they were really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Magian really has significant popularity that the Litvoxes of which start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. The last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much personally was opposed to Gnosticism, there's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily in the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, hopefully I will suggest to you now one phenomenon that, you know, great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they use their mentors' prestige to raise their own wars. That may but certainly had some serious reservations in opposition to that. But those who followed it became a real advocacy. So what is it that they look at? I know that they're trying different things that will stop them really opposed to the practice. First is, what is a separate prayer group business? Right? Positive tends to emphasize a very different approach to Tefillah, whereas the Orthodox really on a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to go to chocolate and Kamara. I think, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You've got to show up for chocolate at 7:45 in the morning and claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is not chocolate. But that's the idea of Hasidus. I'm not, what is the gym on my davening for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, it's like you can sleep during class, like I'm a bus. Good nice rest. So,
welcome.
My voice is very serious.
What's good, son?
That's one.
The dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good news? I can go with the bib. All right, baby. I'm ready for you. Dog. Just stay away from steak and you'll be fine. Absolutely.
So we got two options. We got crazy. We got like
Dog. With me, I'd watch you play like you do, and we make fun of the mid chicks on it. And you have won all in all like $2,600 on it. And then you go and you blow it on stage. So I am telling you that in my humble opinion, you don't like it.
he said don't, or he said
That's right. All right. Well, it is 15th attempt. That's so long. 57.85. So I think 15 is pretty good. I'm going to give you a Shema. Here we go. Shema Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Hit it, baby. here. Let's turn $5 into $1 trillion. I think it's probably. No, not this shit. Get out of there. Get out of there. This shit sucks, dude. Absolutely. Tell a girl to get in here. She can blow him while you make tens of thousands of dollars. Dog, that. What's, I get that. What's the orange mean? No, that is the worst game ever. I'm gonna just create a website that's called How to Lose All Your Fucking Money, Play This Game. And it's just gonna have numbers that go in orange. People just gonna throw money at. Dog, what was the website that you used that was actually dog shit and everybody said like it's a scam? Okay, well don't use that. Oh yeah. Was that one of those sites that was like, hey, we give you X amount of credits to join? Alright, I got you. How many credits does it take? Right, how many credits does it take for you to get your interest? No, on any site. Like if I were making a scam site right now and I wanted to scam you retro rated all your money, if I put $1 in credits, that's not gonna get your attention. But if you saw $100 in credits, would it get your attention? If you saw $1,000 in credits, would it get your attention? Yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, it's not like it matters. So I think it's better. All right, drop a juice, my friend. Was it like cutting cigars?
Bro, your cake looks like your cake just came out of the bakery.
I got you.
What the hell?
Do you feel better?
Oh yeah. We got the good stuff this time. No more $2 stuff. We got the $10 stuff. What's the tradition? Like, whatever it is.
Like, bro, so long as you can do it, do not become inebriated. There are some other issues, like, there are a lot of issues, but generally, we have it every week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Islam's the big one. That doesn't change that. We got that shit'll eat your brain. You know who brought in aspartame into American diet? Former Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He did it through something called nutrition. Weird. Just like watching a fucking fish that spins. Do you know that song? Funky Town? Dude, if you play Pink Unicorn Princess, it's not gonna surprise you. Go play your Pink. I know you love that song, so fucking play it. Yeah. When you gonna play Pink Unicorn Princess?
Yeah, you're right.
It's your girl.
Right? No,
No, anybody knows about stopping someone as a secret underground attack. Drop it.
how do you know, bro?
Put it on you like a book.
That sounds about exactly like
Are you surprised me on this? I'm right. Tommy, you have one more song here to play. The game book I can't remember. You have to play the whole thing. This is such a great movie. That was the way. Know when to hold on. Know when to walk away. Know when to walk. When to count your money. When to sleep at the table. Behind the counter in the store. What up, Sue? Sue, we're gambling. Stay here, Sue, if you can. We'll watch Retro Rig make thousands of dollars. Dog, we just played the gambler. Zoo, are you watching? Zoo, lo- Zoo loves the gambler. What up, Tim? Do I think what? It's accurate to be able to detect people who are good at pattern recognition. So if you consider intelligence pattern recognition, then perhaps. Um, I mean, it depends what you consider intelligence. Generally, intelligence is the ability to recognize patterns. But I've heard a quote. It's one of my favorite quotes. Is genius is the ability to identify analogy. Why did you take an intelligence test that told you you were dumb? Genius is the ability to identify analogy. Yeah, I heard it once in a Muppets documentary. Yeah, that's all right. All right, here we go. Is the chick hot? It's a dude? Fuck this. Can you get a girl? Oh, this is the worst. I thought it was always chicks. Oh, this guy sucks. Dog, I'm going to start my own gambling site, and you'll be able to choose your AI avatar, and they can be naked. Dude, that would put asses in the seats. Would you rather look at this douchebag or some chick? This guy sucks. This guy sucks. Did you get double? Did you get double zero? Did you get zero? Do you have zero? Oh, good job. Good job. Why'd you say 30? Why'd you say 34 for Kobe? No, he was 24-8. No, wow. That, yeah, but that's not Kobe's number. All right, are you? How much are you up? Zero. Zero. Come on, zero. Okay, did you just make $60? Did you just make $60? Quit. Quit. The kiss of death. This guy sucks. I'd rather have you play that stupid state game that you just shred your money. 1831. Do you have 18? Do you have 18? Dog, this is how you shred your money, son.
this is it. This is it right here. Because I broke even. He said he has a stuff on there. That's crazy. 116. 16.
Come on, 16, baby. Come on, 16.
500. That's a grand. Well, last time.
You said that 2 times ago.
We got like a weird stink out of that. Yeah, that's cover the rest. We get that. 13, 14, 33. Okay, well, did you see how far you're playing?
Yes.
Like I said, and I said, well, you just said, let's go right now. See, you just gotta trust God. Trust the process. I see all things out there is the lightning is bound to happen. Those are prime numbers that lightning is. Just gotta look at it. He said we're getting one right now. 18, 24, 2024, bro. 24. For Kobe, do it for Kobe. Rest in peace.
R.I.P., baby.
Rest in peace, Kobe. Quarter. Yeah. Let's go 9. Triangle's where it's at. Why did he want anything? Alright, let's go. Let's go, baby. We're at the 8 ring. Are you there?
I'm watching diligently, dog.
What you think so far?
I think this guy sucks, and you should quit right now while you're ahead.
I will after this.
Yo, you said that like 5 times.
I know, but what I think you guys is about it. I can do it. And then it's like, I'm gonna take the video and run the numbers.
10:22. We don't have either.
I don't need a number right now. I did like 0 or 3 or 12. That works too, I guess. Just kick it out. Or say Washington.
Where's your friend?
Oh, he said he'd be joining in a little bit.
Look, he's getting blown right now. You're never going to hear from him again.
32, let's go.
Here we go.
33.
So,
You know what that's been doing, man? It goes right to the next number that's right next to the lightning.
right.
It shows something. It really does.
It's happened twice.
Yeah. No, it's happened like I think 3 times.
Okay, at least twice.
Yeah, at least twice.
Zero.
Let's go 0. 0. 0.
Come on, baby. Get that green. Get that.
Why is it picking tomorrow? You can analyze patterns like some of these wheels are actually tilted a certain way. If we were to get 12 pin, then we could. Alright. Alright, let's risky that. It's up 11, 11, 11, or 34, 11 or 34. It's best to, it has to get a lightning bounce, but so it's due. 12. Oh, no way, no way. Did you see that?
I did. What's that mean?
That means that it's good. That means that the, okay, so let me explain this real quick. People in Vegas and they learn that certain wheels are to do so much that they're actually trying a certain way. So certain numbers will get more often than others, like 12. 12 is 1. 9, 5, 11, those are specific ones. It depends on how the wheel is. If the wheel's used in the wheel turn, it's going to hit those numbers more often than others. That makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's all based on how the wheel is, because it's all mechanical. So you have to think if this wheel's spinning 24/7, look, it hit 5 again. It hit 5 4 times in a row.
That's crazy.
You see what I'm saying? So you just have to analyze the pattern, or see the pattern, just to hit it. Like we're at 120 right now. They just got to get a lightning, because one of these numbers is all three numbers that the wheel is spinning. The wheel is actually rigged to hit certain numbers at certain times, because it's a certain way. That makes sense.
Doug, how much are you up right now?
Okay, that's right. That makes sense. It's all getting lower.
That
Right?
wasn't an answer to my question. How much are you up right now?
100.
Quit.
True. Let me try. Bro,
Quit.
here's the strategy.
No, the strategy is we just listen to the gambler. You gotta know when to hold up. Know when to fold up. Know when to walk away. Know when to run. You gotta win at a time. The gambler, dog. If it's, no, 21. No. The gambler, dog. Quit. 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 Play something. Anything with the chips. Blackjack. No, blackjack, dude. Blackjack. I bet blackjack's got a chip. I bet blackjack's got a chip. We already did. We don't want to overdo it. It'd be blasphemous to do it again. We already did. We just don't do it every single time. Okay, now quit. Quit. Go to blackjack. Blackjack. Okay, how much are you up? Okay, cash out 100 and then play the 30, and then you'll be up $100 on the day, no matter what. No, she's terrible. You gotta have the dude.
Just gave me a 10, bro. What are you talking about?
Are you asking me how? Are you asking me how high I think this chick is?
Yes. But
Yeah. I'd rather have her than a Jew, but I'd rather have my hand than her, perhaps. Please, but she's coughing. She's got fucking germs all over your car.
she knows I can't. But she does have 21, so it's the 20s and 30s. I'm getting the 30s inside. It's a perfect pair. Yeah, see, so so 350. Yeah. So I mean, that ain't bad.
How much you want? How much? No.
Two of them. Real quick. Look, she's changing her shoe. There's a good chance that the new shoe is going to have all this energy. Just careless. Watch, I'm going to get a 10 on this one. Or a 5, okay. I could get an 11 too. Both.
So you're at 12? You guys know when to fold up, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never tell your when you sit at the table, there's a time when the beat is loud. How much did you just lose? How much did you just lose? You're muted.
Oh, 90.
Okay, so how much you have total?
60.
Sucks. Stay. Just quit.
It's not rushed. Just lightning, bro.
Just quit. Just quit.
Look,
Because you're up.
not much.
I'm not. You could have a nice dinner on that.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Let's try something like this. Let's try to get it perfect. Let's see where it says perfect. Okay.
Who wouldn't be? Who the fuck wouldn't be? What straight heterosexual dude would not be obsessed with hot chicks?
Alright, see, there we go. We got nice. So this is kind of like craps. You know what craps is?
Yeah. Welcome
Okay,
to
so what
Aquarius.
numbers are good? You said 15, right?
You got it. How are you, Mr. Aquarius? I'm well, thank you. Retro Raid, I'm going to watch you, but I've got to play a game with Mr. Aquarius. Actually, 2 of them. It's like our nightly ritual.
Yeah, that's great. 250x 117 is great. What is that? 4, 5, 6, 8. Oh, we got that. 14. Okay. I'm not really sure how this works. What do you think about this one?
If you don't know how to play it, then I wouldn't play it.
Yeah, true. I'm gonna get back to this. If we hit a 3, that's like 400. You have to get a 2 and a 1 to hit a 3. 2 and 1. And 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, and then there's this thing.
Dude, stay away from this. Stay away from this. This drains your wallet faster than any game.
So,
Yeah, you already lost. Play. Go back to black. Go back to roulette. You can get a play something.
Okay, so here's my idea. We buy one, we try to spin it to a super straight, and then we go for that.
All right.
It's not going to work. I don't feel it.
What's the soup? My friend Mr. Ferrer.
That makes sense. You're probably a little less great.
No, she wasn't. She's the nicest lady I've ever met.
Yeah, no shit. That is. Alright, let's see. I mean, not too bad. This is crazy.
Don't play.
It's really crazy, Rabbi.
Don't play this game. This game is just wasting.
Not Russell's shit. This is crazy shit. You want to see this really?
Dude, help him.
I'm going to show you some real shit.
Get it, Mr. Ferrer. I've got it. No doubt. That's right, Mr. Ferrer. Got a spare.
Oh, what's this? What's this? You're gonna wheel it around? I don't even know what that is.
Right, Mr.
Are
Ferrer.
you watching?
I am. But you don't even know what a wheel drop is.
Here we go. I don't know. If you do a bunch all at once, it's supposed to be good.
Dude, that's terrible. Are you gonna try to do 4 at once?
Yeah, he's.
Who did you hear doing a bunch of once is good? Because that person doesn't know what they're talking about.
Look at that. That was a 16.
Yeah, but you lost like 1,000 in a row and you didn't even know it.
But you never know, bro.
Nice spare,
That's what I'm
Mr.
saying.
Ferrer.
Scott. One of these is going to be huge. Like, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
It's definitely not the move.
This is the game.
This is the worst one.
Why?
Because you can't pay attention to all these things at once.
That's the point, bro.
Nice job.
You just got to let it be. You're bound to get one.
Yeah, but you're bound to lose 3.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Dude, go back to roulette. Or blackjack.
There you
Go to roulette or blackjack.
go.
Nice strike, Mr. Ferrer.
Just got to feed. Hey, I don't think this.
No, I told you that like a minute ago. Blackjack or roulette? Tough split, Mr. Parrish. You can do it. Oh, all right. Oh no. You win, I win, Mr. Aquarius. Good job. Undefeated in bone, undefeated in friendship. Good job. This is a waste of money, Mr. Aquarius. If you've ever wanted to watch a man just straight up lose all of their money, it's watching this right here.
This is what you're talking
Oh yeah, this one. This one is straight up losing all of your cash. This is like taking your wallet and putting it in a garbage disposal.
It's kind of funny. I mean, you're not wrong.
No, I'm dead right, Tom.
Yeah. I mean, the whole list is the same. I'm going to be over. That's okay. Why is it not really question? I don't have anything on. Yeah, it is. But Jesus, stay up. You should have stay up. I'm ready. When she left, she said, "Fuck that shit." Then she got bored. She's like, "No, no." You know, she wanted to fuck another. That stuff. You know what I mean? And then
That's just what she's got to do. She's got to do what she
take me
wants.
to the pieces, please. Yeah, that's right. Rabbi's cool. He's a I like Rabbi. Rabbi he be telling me that shit's fucked up. Like right there, shit was fucked up. I don't mind it. I don't really have any justification for that. I really don't. For some reason, it's still fucked. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying you only can customers from the US or like the only way to fix it. You have to use VPNs to make accounts right there. Oh, I see. Alright, so if I were to put anything in, would you recommend it?
No. No,
Okay.
because you have a problem when you gamble that you get up a little bit and then you blow it every single time. You can't just quit, and that's an issue. So don't lose any more than you already have.
Right. Love you, right?
Love you too, big dog. You've got a family? Go take care of them.
Yeah. Right. 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 Right.
Come back when your friend comes back. If he doesn't come back, then just call it a night, man. It's fine. I'll be here for you.
What if people?
Then maybe, but not until then.
Okay. Well, how much should I do in the weekend?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We've got a crying little baby right now who wants so bad, and we need to take care of it.
Yes. Yes. Well,
All right,
put his shit on.
he's getting blown, so let him be. Yeah, he's getting blown.
That's crazy. Usually it's the other way around. You think he's getting blown? That's crazy, bro. You can't. You think it's my shit, bro?
No, dude, I like that.
You're a real one.
Thanks, baby.
I didn't know what to say. Go back. Go get my.
There she is. It's okay. We had to go do something. We'll be back. Has your friend decided what her nails to do yet? Oh, really? Oh, very cool. Yeah, no. That makes sense. I was just asking. All right. So, excellent. 100%.
Will you sign up for it? Stuff you explore this story. Have you ever seen this? Rabbi.
What is it? Is this a song?
Just watch it and just listen.
Okay, I will, but I've got to do it on a different device since I don't know what's copyright strike. Well, it's pretty high. What was the artist? Yes. Dog, what are you doing? No one knows. You're drunk and you're playing a game. You're drunk and you're playing a game that literally I've never seen anybody win. Not just you, but like tons of people on stage. Lost. Yes, sir. Did you say the thing? You should take care of your family and get some sleep. Yeah. I appreciate high praise, my friend. He's old enough to gamble his life away on stage. Yeah, that's good. Show me where you want to show me. read you, Mr. Farias. Excellent. Take care, Mr. Farias. I'm watching some animal's teeth. Stop drinking, and then at the end, drink to celebrate. Yep. What's up, big guy? I'm listening. I like that movie song. Let's see. Not only am I listening, not only am I watching, but I'm eating. Perhaps one. I was too quick. The band? Yeah, I could have to see you. What does this have to do with mindset? It's a good song. Yep. This is a beautiful song. Yo, Doc, you want to get rid of your hiccups? You want to get rid of your hiccups? Okay, this one's 100%. I'm trying to, but you keep picking up, and I can't fucking hear it. That was beautiful. All right, Tim. Here's what you do. Do you still have the hiccups? Okay, so just a moment. This works 100% of the time. Hold on. Well, all right, so this is what you do. You fill your lungs with your mouth. It's very important you use your mouth. Swallow twice in a row. Exhale slowly through your nostrils. That's it. And get rid of your... Dog, you didn't do what I just said. Nope. Dude, I've seen Jennifer Connelly a million times on this fucking course. There she is. So there she is. Did you do the swallow thing? No, because I keep hearing you do a fucking hiccup. Breathe in through your nostrils. Or no, fuck. Breathe in through your mouth. Swallow twice. Exhale through your nostrils. Did you do it? Take care, big dog. Sweet dreams, big man. As always, same time, same station. Peace, big dog.
particular said that the separate payer groups really had an economic incentive to it as well. That it was a way of creating a different revenue stream to support the company. So and that goes along with the more demanded prayer company. Of course, they're saying this is, politic motion and Seymour don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate shtulas and things like that. There are different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is this with the banning of traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazi siddur? The Hasidim went back to various earlier styles of davening, which are associated especially with the Ari. As Ari tells it, Rabbi Yitzchak, phenomenal Egyptian and later Tzfat rabbis of the 16th century. There's separate kosher slaughter. The whole business about, when you check the night out, maybe study second schooling yet. That's what I should be studying in only about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole discussion there. Your knife has to be both sharp and free of nicks. But the problem is, especially with technology in the 18th century, if you make the knife really, really sharp, very easy for you to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then maybe you'll be pushing the meat down with knives that are slicing. So the lip box and the freedom differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that makes a different shvita. You have to have a single shvita. They said, what is this with you guys not studying Talmud? Are you saying you're getting together and you're sitting around telling stories and you're drinking alcohol? Is that what we're supposed to do? And instead of studying the Gemara, if that was enough, you're studying Kabbalah. Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be the Kadosh Kadoshim. The Shulchan himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was the ideal in the literature world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and Posting. Then maybe you could look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are like, they're taking Kabbalah dollars, wagon drivers, faucet traders, water carriers, regular, trust, lonely people with no education, and they're right away talking about the Spiros, the Klinos, what is going on with you guys teaching this stuff for ordinary people, Raymondson? That's so horrible. It's taking hurdles and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. You're upset about that. And this is the entire changed in the 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild behavior, even during davening. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down. Because the idea was pull out side to run on Hashem, all of my toes call out to Hashem. So I'm going to be violent in my gesticulation. There were done with breast lovers, lots of clapping, stamping the feet, partly stolen, where you scream out loud when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone's about to stab a knife in your back, and so you daven like a full volume. So really weird behavior. And you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. And say these guys are that's not Judaism. We daven stock still. We don't believe we're live on, right? And we wait for Scott to turn on the transporter beacon, quiet, and these Hasidim were just so wild, Mr. Grant.
He said they cracks and keep all of this trouble. Before you down their place in Africa, so if I was banging off the next people.
Right, you can imagine. I mean, that's just giving you a sense of how the Litvaks would say these Hasidim. It's crazy. And finally, number 8, antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, or at least breaking norms, and we have sound camps, secretly following shadow speed. So these are the charges that were brought against the Hasidim by the Litvish movement. The Alter Rebbe, the Shnezaman of the Adi on the Kabbalah, and the Nachman of the text went to see the Vilna Gaon and say, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs, a few of these things, but that's not really the law enough. The Vilna Gaon famously refused to see them. And so we don't know exactly, they were There's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the founding of it. And so in 1772, again, it's not clear whether it comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772, there were harems placed on from the Jews and got an extra papers from it, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned, books of religious values, including the found on the Spartan class. Here we go. Also, they were not burned, they were buried, but might as well, right? Now with Hasidim, they issue them back against the Sunday, and you have these bands and boundaries in circle, and see the Masonic books as well. And it was just a craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century, with Hasidim and Masonic really at each other's throats, and especially nasty band in the year 1781, that was like one of these don't stand and tell it out kind of band. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict and ultimately, they go ahead in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Messianic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. I see this actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Mustachans thought was going to be their territory, when they lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar, went to the Russian authorities, and said they hired a charlatan who is under a ban by the great Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciations to the Russian government. Mustachans go in jail, Hasidim go in jail. If you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to say document because it seems like every other week someone's getting out of jail. This is this Rabbi or that Rabbi. But it was really nasty time. If you imagine it's calling out the cops and saying, hey, you got to put this rabbi in jail because he's betraying our values. Also, Cameron, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our empire of our times. Nowadays, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions because that's the nature of our secular society in the 21st century. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane. Right? Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who be secret revolutionaries behind the Tsarist government. We don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews say, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document translated to Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore, they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions?
He used to say like the three principles that I was left with the guilty errors at being present for a night. So he said that if you go to the guy and you get touched with about the other.
Yeah, you got to put in jail for getting drunk. So now you're really deserving. Okay. So let's go on. All right. So what ends up happening? Now we actually began talking about this in the very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon was picked up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the Stag and Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be neck free, like the Hasidim coming from the West are saying, why keep kosher at all? Right? The Hasidim are saying whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m. And the Hasidim are saying, why have Shabbos and Saturday? There's Sunday, so that's not the maintenance. Right? So the Hasidim and the Sadiim realized that they had a far later enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Hasidic movement. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they had an united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Mitzvah realized they were not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to the stereotype.
When they asked me to say that they joined the force, they were working together, like, you guys don't get what they're guys, like, you know, standing in the train, like, a toothbrush,
Basically, yeah, basically. You sort of said, like I would hate for my daughter to marry a confident, but I would rather have good relations with my two neighbors than allow a masculine to live on my street. Right? Like, it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw in this class, right? 99% of what we see in the second belief is the same. It's that 1 to 5% is just style. You wear guards, you know, wear guards. It's not like you observe Shabbos, not observe Shabbos. So it's pretty different. Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of worship, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by students of the Middle Valley, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with this. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as we're going to the text? So we are going to double down on technical respect. We are going to, maybe one of the things Litvaks missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud studying. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to the body. Right? Before the thing, even from our learning, we should understand that those kids, it's hard for me to give you a number because remember a lot of serotonin, a lot of geographic space. You know, the child would be lucky to have a smattering of realities in his cultural knowledge. To know a savor of Mishnah, that kid would have been an Hebrew. To learn a sect of Gemara, you know, that's a massive talakata. Because, you know, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there, you got to be making a living. So there's not much opportunity for someone on while maps to actually engage full-time yeshiva learning like you guys did. You guys seriously have historically the OU. So the Litvak said, you know what, maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying text. Talmud in particular better than anyone. We're way better than like the particular Talmud. So we're really going to stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim, who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I think in my own lifetime I had Rabbi telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic for my own lifetime. Yeah, it is a pretty great statement. But not Tanya, I read it, but no, okay, it's pretty good. This is the response, really important response, and I encourage you gentlemen to read this. This is Nefesh HaChaim by Rabbi time of the worship, the students that will go. And this is basically a bottom with big buttons. And I got to remember this like a mind-blowing statement. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said, people of Tanya, how do you think this is amazing. It's Tanya. They're very, very similar in some ways. The, the, uh, the last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French as a mind-blowing work. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story from one minute left. When I was first in Shiva, maybe I'll try not to record it to this one. Yeah, it's a personal story. But so when I was first in Shiva, I think I know that I came to Shiva late in life. It was well in my 20s, mid-20s. All right, we have some great things. Like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. But when you understand this, you'll know everything that is important about life and Judaism and all that. What do we learn about the language? Yeah, right from it. No, I think I say it has to be from. It has to be about reality. About how do we get there? History. One of the things about history is like it's really about how did we get here in the first place. Like you're driving along a country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, "What is this place?" But if you had, a map or that was like a very large piece of paper that geographically represents what on your screen and GPS. You could, how do I know how I got here and explains why I messed up in this way or that way, things like that. So we're going to start with the discussion about Scholar. And hopefully today we'll start with political emancipation as well, and two issues are related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew word of scale, which means like to grow intelligent, right? He's spoken around that, he's healthy. From all my teachers, I gained wisdom, that's the Haskalah. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation. Aufklärung to make things clearer because they now have light in them. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does a king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from the real text to scientific encoding. Really important sense. I see it so well from the topic about it. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, the rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it built on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where and how to find out if something is true. And that obviously, the latter in particular, leads to a decline in overall religiosity. But of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide and America-wide, of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith. To me, the why first I guess you guys can be yourself for that person, the first time you learn out these years. We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, thinking on behalf of the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine it. It's start questioning things, start finding some things for yourself. Those things happened a long time ago. Those goes certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the Greek sophists, meaning guys like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. Because they're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question them? We use data sets, we say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, was revealed to us. That's its my love, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they started saying maybe we should look a little bit better. It's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, that picks up energy and steam, and it goes out to another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge outsiders. Like, I'll give you one example. Rene Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with in math class. Rene Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 deep meditations. What is the world all about? The first one says, how do I know that anything is? How do I know it? Maybe I am dreaming this world. You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I am actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek, but one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these rings floating in glass beakers, and they imagine the entire world in their brains. Anyway, I shouldn't do say that in class. I'm not recording good. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some people being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. You know, Mr. Silver? This, it could be that I exist, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really I think, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this fable is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist. Because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, to answer your question directly, just asking the questions first. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage and say, well, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. So you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You feel it or you don't. But don't start questioning it, because you poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as you think. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to that stuff. That's very important. That's a good question. She asked initially that question, right? That's with much knowledge comes much much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression? Yes, sir. Thanks for anyone else. Thanks for listening. Yeah. Okay, that's true. This guy is getting out. You don't want to get out. Nothing actually. This is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1577, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period that was demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, due to its population. It was the ROTHSCHILD was Ferrara, and interesting history. Anyway, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out across the river they live. For 6 weeks in the field. The whole population is down. Including among them is a guy named Azaria del Rossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic. He makes his living as a tutor. This is the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed pages, stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I mean, he's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the field with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his cabin, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks who are, their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except, wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity. And he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shuvah, Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And they're like, through your mind. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. And I actually really enjoyed the conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they are celibate, that's really not for me. But I loved all this stuff that they had to say about, reality and truth. And we had a great conversation. So he leans into the Rabbi's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it. Even a Christian monk who clearly is based on his stories of here. And he ends up writing a really important book called Meor Einaim. That title has been used by many other authors as well for very different books. But it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah. Or maybe I should say that the Haskalah Ellie book is basically like something that appears in Judaism in the late 18th century. But the Meor Einaim is kind of like a foundational work that eventually fed into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books, it's writing on. I think Mr. Richards, who's actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and then the Haskamos later they were yanked because people thought that it might have like courses in it. Controversial books like that. The Meor Einaim at first received lots of Haskamos, including from Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch. And then it got pulled afterwards. And no, I didn't mean that, because I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this particular book. The stuff that everybody liked was he wrote a big chapter on the history of earthquakes. And that, because there are earthquakes in Tanakh, we don't know a lot about them, that's what affected him at Ferrara. But then he also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield, which is much people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah approved sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level of it. It's not a college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we use scientific inquiry, we use lots of modern tools of inquiry that it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So
So considering it's still maybe substance canceled in the day by a lot of other references.
Yeah.
How divided was the support and opposition? Because it sounds like everyone saying he's opposing and everyone else was neutral or but everyone was opposing. So
No, not everyone famous opposed. Many famous people are opposed. But it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it. But it's the internet. You know, it's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. They go in Hebrew, start being accessible. People start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular, and people, this is fantastic, great, great, great. And then later, someone picks up something and says, "Wait a second, this is not exactly what we want to say," and it becomes us. But it doesn't come us right away. Mr. Loicky, and then
they don't take
yeah, exactly. That's what happened to Maimonides reading Aristotle.
Right. Yeah, but it's not like the first person who made it, yeah.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting the Rabbi. Correct, that's one of them. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that I was camped outside of for 6 weeks, right? It's like totally different source. Not even like a pagan source. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. The Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to obtain. He's writing print, like the internet. Everybody's got it. Really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. Jones.
I'm assuming you wasn't, you've been able to later ask good ideas that, not some mentalist, right? What was entertaining stuff anyway?
Well, more of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into most of it. It's a big, thick book, by the way, translated to English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Federal Libraries, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but at least a couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Roth, one of the greatest historians in the last century, the first modern Jews. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely harmful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And then you could go wherever they want, they could go to universities, they could take any job they want, they could take any job, any profession they want, they could live anywhere they want. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to attain their Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Jews, because they were already swimming in, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they create the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive, completely Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could and did and demonstrated this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kind of ideas and then loving them there right now. I think this is a great book. They have all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. Jeremy, you got a question? You got a question. Okay. No, you're good? Okay. You don't have to be started. Okay. So the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the
sometimes called Italy of Dessau, was the primary figure who promoted this idea. And again, as Colin mentioned earlier, German, he's a from guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaged in outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776. Where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically, it didn't happen all over at the same time, but basically America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, except for black people. Not black people. And by the way, women, almost, we won't let them vote, but otherwise okay. But Jews weren't included in the We the People. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we will talk about after this lecture, massive impact. America was swayed over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe, and they used to see equal rights. That was mind-blowing. And then basically following on from the work of Bible Wars, his biography is interesting. Comes from northern Germany, it's called Prussia. And he's a self-taught, also didactic, self-taught genius. Exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situations, Jews are still living in a very, very insular lifestyle. The vast majority of Jews' top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had in most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in English, right, the mother tongue, the Mamalashi, typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get through the Siddur, follow maybe Chumash Rashi. But when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or, basically, hey, could you please clean up the kitchen, or whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my drug training done. Right? Because almost all speakers at America are something like Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I don't know what it is. Do I have a market here? I don't know what market. Do they work with a finger or anything? No. And then wherever they draw it over to you. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I look on the market. Maybe I will not be able to reveal to you. Why you might ask why you have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said after about a month, they said, "Yeah, we're going to call you Young Stu." I think it means like Mochahayan or something like that. Young Stu. So that's my Korean name. Okay, well, how did I get that? You say, well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here. Yeah, is this a marker? Yeah. It's not one marker. I want to make sure. Feeling this close. That was an extra button. Yeah, it's got a button here. So I'm going to look through it. I should be trying to. That's it. One here. That's what. If I write down here, we'll go on there. No. Sure. comes to that's really good. But I know it's really good. Thank you. Welcome. And how are you doing, sir? Anyways, how did I get here? Why have we talked about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped. I'm doing a very minimal. But if I lived in Korea, I would probably learn a lot more just to do the things I need to do. Not that I'd be a literary genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean, or be a lecturer in Korean, but I would be able to telephone conversation in Korean, right? So I'm both at that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the Court of Jews, the whole Jews, who were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, would have that much better levels of it. But also, in the tomorrow, there was a discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular blonde haircuts that would be considered like haircuts like Odin. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you did have that, so you could have that haircut. Whole discussion, I think, Nazi's son-in-law, maybe son-in-law, yes, had that kind of haircut. Tangents, why am I going tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability in German, and so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, he was finally called the genius of Dessau because he was like really brilliant, and he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism to the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and he can communicate. He has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Lyman, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius, deeply involved with the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things and secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay firm and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography, a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Rabbi of Ezra. She spoke about on Monday, but he's like an example of most of us here in this era. If they got involved with non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay from, and also it makes outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that the book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, you got to think what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some of the positive negatives. By the way, the background to this year is from a famous painting of him and a priest named Laviter, who's shown over here. At least you should have the whole image right over there. I have this because I forgot to take it off and gave it like a different context. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has a hunchback. He famously had a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best steal the European line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. This is a great story. Okay, he had a hunchback, and the story goes that when he was set up with his bashert, or he thought it was a bashert, he comes walking up to the front porch where the sheriff did, and she's out on the second floor. She looks up at him and she sees it. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find the actual picture. She sees him out the window. Oh my gosh, she's got a big hunchback. She tells her mother, I don't want to leave. And the mother says, you do this? You came all the way here, and so impolite. I can never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother parades the guards. You must sit down. You have to have a show. They go for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses in. They sit down in the parlor where the ship takes go back then. They parents are outside. It is like chaperone, but not strictly and they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long short day after they had on the road. All right, it's on well. It's going well. It's going well. I said, what's that? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a right. They come out first date, and now they're engaged. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelson, how did they say, you were so dead set you didn't want to meet him anymore? She says to the parents that he said to her, look, I know that my hunchback is very well behaved, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you know all familiar with, 40 days of blood, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas kol goes out, the fine voice goes out, says, bas kol yotonit, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas kol, and I saw that you were my basheres. But I saw that you had a hunchback, and I doubted in the womb. It's all over. Right? It's close. This is the guy's gender. So, in this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of the biography, as part of this whole deal of being opened up to society and stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater, and they have these meaningful conversations. As we said from the BMC, listen to it. They have, I guess it was my brother. So they have these BMCs about life, religion, stuff like that, and then Lavater betrays him and publishes a book. Right? So we had a published book series, so he published a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truths of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow for Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassing thing, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole kind of Mendelssohn never converts and speaks to Lavater again. They write books against each other, like diatribes, all want to address, but this is like, sort of a representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have put it on, this playwright named Lesson, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, I remember correctly, like Three Rings. No, it's not like advisor and why. It's there's a whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent unity of Christianity and Islam, and they all have to come together and peace and coexistence, stuff like that. Anyways, it's an old story. Okay, so to give you an example of the context of Mendelssohn is very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go and where it goes, much to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity. And he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. Like everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And, but again, he's still at plasticity. Although he writes to Jews, he's been kicked out of his town many times. It's happened still in the 70s. A price in the Rus is a principality in general called Tecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody married two early. Non-Jewish guy, he woke up in the grave, and everyone says, what is going on? And there's like this interesting backstory. I don't want to go into details, but anyway, they both in the tomb, and they say, we got to do something with that. How do we know this? People are being buried before they're dead. We need a school. Nobody gets buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried until 3 days after we declare them dead. Just in case. Right? There was a huge thing all over Europe. There was crazy ideas. They were building special like emergency bombs like this one, where it has like this little air balloon on with a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you squeeze the bellows, and the flag goes up, and then walking by the graveyard and pop up. They have it attached to bells. Walking by a cemetery, and all of a sudden there's has been buried too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there are even examples in America where they built cemeteries with, emergency bigly out right now messages. So, what's the problem for Jews? Yes, Judaism valorizes swift burial. As we consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the disease, and we consider quick burial, the quicker the better in general. And when I did cover the names that you can wait to preserve the honor of the name, but let's say right there, I'm not giving you a lot of direction. There's a lot of discussion. If there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some hosts who say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there and get the funeral. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically, we go and use coffins in Israel, right? Because the idea is to accelerate the composition. Even the coffins we use here at Florence have holes drilled in the bottom of them so that those that are legal worms can get into the coffin faster. Right? Those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is designed like this. It's an insult to the deceased. We can't do that. That's a really serious issue to insult the case. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi.
You ready?
And the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn.
All right, you little baby.
Rabbi
Time to kick your egg.
So, highly interested in better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn, the German authorities. Later, Rabbi Mendelssohn changed his mind as a sort of discussion of it, so he won't send it on it. But what Mendelssohn does people, first of all, he writes the claim to the nobleman, ideas, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does says, I was this to the Jewish charity, but you know what? We should really adopt this study to our life. Because it's not just it's like a lot of some days where they put their body remains. It's much worse to bury a person in the church. So this is almost about it. And moreover, he says that we can bring this historically. An example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of the out in the indoor grave. You have in Beishan, other than Arabia, in Shalia, anywhere where the Hellenistic Jews were very good. Bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, they're not in the tomb. Then, of course, absolutely, but these were the tunnels, right? The holiday, the Yotze, that after your parents
What the fuck are you doing, dude?
Go back after there, collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burials.
Dude, go.
As well. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stones,
Dude, come on, man.
Sarcophagi. A sarcophagus is a whole bunch of stuff. The next
Dude, you have 10 seconds before I just don't play. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You don't need a lot of space. And that's what it says. I don't know why don't you just go along with it? Why don't you just, accept this public option? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise. And halacha, when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health, is our motivation. Where you also see this fight in your own lifetime is during COVID. same kind of arguments were happening. You know, on the one side,
Get on sexy,
more
baby.
of a Haredi approach, a straight street that's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what's over here. At the same time, there are a lot of rabbis, 10 before left here, saying, well, what is it? Stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have minion on Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? The ROTHSCHILD were shut down Yom Kippur. Yeah. Well, again, this is the same tension that we have in the area. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. I don't think it's an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that this is true of the elected compromise of the Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy here, David Friedman, that's very important disciple of Moses Nebuchadnezzar, who actually said in 1799, Emerson died in 1786, he said, you know what, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be a masterpiece with people citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through this, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian. And then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way don't make us people citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine coming around with a but this was definitely a result of the Haskalah going for that. Okay. We also have a more moderate expression of Haskalah in Samson of Hirsch, who was tremendous. Gets around the 19th century when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out that there is a way to adapt it to our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halacha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag. These Christian were called the pioneers of the science participants. Or I guess, Geiger was the founder of the Reform movement. I know that most of them is an intellectual social movement. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. Kind of extreme, putting that in extreme language. I want to come back to this later semester, but yeah, first was essentially saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose the Abraham diamond. We will lose to the reform. Remind you of that answer. Mr. Levine. Yes, you are a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it.
What a shot.
Right? In Mendelssohn's time, his years, he was born in 1720, died in 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less more particular, less and more compromised, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly community world. Comes from a person who is in the world has changed a lot in the 18th century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line. We won't cross that line, but it's not going to be a line that's in a very different place than Russia in the 1780s. So it's very different strategy. Yes, very insightful.
know that everyone is like Hasidim. So this makes sense. Mr. Chairman, I am hesitant as a historian to post values backwards in life. I don't think it's especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision. What do you think about it? I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had the Hassam Sofer, who was a contemporary of George, essentially staking out the Arabian position, saying that we will have no compromise with fidelity. You have the like Al-Qaeda who's saying, oh, we're almost at compromise with fidelity. That's the fact that the reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there's a gap between the leadership of the reform movement and the laity. The leadership thought this was a great idea. The laity said it was just gone too far, and they couldn't accept it. So that's on the other thing. And then Sasser Paul Hirsch, he carved out a kind of middle path. And maybe different strategies but they're all still extant. They're still moving with all those strategies today. You say, this is under what we do. So yeah, in his time, that's when the word Orthodox was coined and was intended as a slur that people said like people. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later, trying to say like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe. They were Orthodox, those like that.
No way.
So that's what we do. And that's sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people
No way you make this.
fairly
Don't fuck
applied
this up.
to something called virtual books. So one great example is you read some of his works. Like two great examples. 19 letters. Wow, amazing. Powerful work. It feels like could have been written today. And Coleman. Wow. Life alternate work. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who's thinking about going OTV and to an older rabbi type. And I'm just back and forth about all the issues and not the issues that I was saying. Mr. Rubin, about the young man being really ready. Yeah, I think that's a widespread report. And it could be because Heinrich Kretz lived in his house and he didn't sort of know TV stuff. And he was an intelligent guy, so it's a good reason it might have been Heinrich Kretz. No. Brilliant. A basic book. Hard to read in English translation. I actually had to look at the German version to figure out what the English would say. It's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is Judaism. And like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already booked. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the guys with the perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline of slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement. It's very much. In your first, trying to be tactical and the other side saying that this is tactical outcome to make it so far it needs to be orthodoxy, which is really well. And there's in the prayer that they can't do it well. That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as the Takvila or did he get that? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he really viewed it as the Takvila. 30 September, like other 30 hours, and today, no, it's controversy. All these great people have controversies floating around it. It's hard to find a great rabbi who everybody knows. It's kind of think of one. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu could get that level, right? Like, no, he can't point out. No, there's no rabbi who's totally avoiding it. I think that the client was criticized, but people recognized. I like people recognize their clients, but there was a large criticism on which we grew up. Yeah, I thought that it was a true master.
So let's not get too far away. What I'm going to say about our thing about concept of collaboration, yes, really for the trouble with people over some of these combinations, I get the data. He was also savage on the other side of the equation because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and the place. Right? Because there were a lot of Jews in the front online who were saying, you know what? Don't be so pro, Rabbi. We want to have an ordinance congregation. What's so bad if they do that? It's that's how bad it can be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish things were organized, there was one Jewish community that was recognized in an attack. There was no such thing as we have today with hundreds of schools. As even China saw everything. There was one Jewish community. He applied for a legal status.
For 41, that's a high score.
This was something called the Auschwitz, which means like the separation, the translation Auschwitz. So we are now, we can't deal with these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. And from Orthodox Jews, we can't deal with non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to go up, whatever they do. They're on their own. Big challenge. All of a sudden, saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as part of the whole community. It's like, hey, well, it's suicide. What do you mean? All people are people. Don't separate from the community. And we literally do a lot of so his ability to compromise his behaviors, will take on
you're so shitty.
We'll do things so we can be more general. We also know our peers. That's
Dude, you're the worst.
We'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on how
you're just looking at dude's dicks on Snapchat. Come on, man.
We're going to separate. And that was that's the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years is adapt, but also separate.
Come on, man. Nobody wants to fucking play with you like this.
Let's go back to the Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting Ashkenaz and Western Europe.
Come on, man. If you're going to come in here and you want to play, that's fine. Don't waste my fucking time.
The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small in terms of their percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities, they tend to be concentrated in single digits of population. So once you get, east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, and sometimes in large cities, but their population can sometimes be over half. Their Egypt, for example, had about 78% Jews. So that was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And then the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting the Western Ashkenazi Jews were totally different in Eastern Asia. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so bad. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. They really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that I think that's expressed in some denominational steps, like we thought, I know it's not the planned lecture, but we kind of go in that direction. Abraham Geiger reformed congregations are typically not called synagogues, what are they called? Temples. And why would we call them temples? What other way to call them temples?
It's the service like you get in Temple in Jerusalem, and we don't have it, we can still practice.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are there in Judaism? Well, okay. One at a time. One at a time. And where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So why, what does it mean if you build a building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
You move the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff about watching the back. What was that? You keep it all reference to Mashiach. This is our temple, right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. And of course, you should give us equal rights as citizens because, look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned it. Our temple in Jerusalem is created here. That kind of thing is not happening within Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not deep admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy or it's not that interesting. But back then, no, it was their thing. They got involved in many more Jewish history, and especially they found expression in things like leadership, like the celebration of the Yiddish language. I'm going to bring to the Yiddish language. I'm going to look up your name. You can show up in class. Here's your paper. It's really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular, and they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language, basically German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Ella Charlotte, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish, she called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing new literature, Shalom Aleichem, people like Rabbi on Paris, or Zionism. That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this learning on Monday. Zionism becomes really big as a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression, not as a trying to imitate non-Jews, but want to do their own version. And of course, doing socialism and network the work of next year. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was a perfect anti-Protestant. He did not get into the factor. He hated Protestantism because, like Rex, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of just leaving all kinds of Roman-Nices and wonder-working devotees. He said, oh, flourishing. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really put hands on us in developing schools that were very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which is right now. Maybe some of us remember you want to look it up. Joseph Pearl, the title is right now. The Galaxy Theorem. Oh, the Galaxy Theorem, right? The dealing with hidden things, right? Now, Tamar, right? Or, not Tamar. What's the word? That's a short scenario. Anything like Hartmana. But it's not. Anyway. But he wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was a satire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that would just make up things that people would say, read this, and say, wow, this is stupid. And in fact, they began to admire them. So, like, backfired on them big time. They don't get a show, but that's what we're going to show. Which basically, we need to keep it. Let's try one. And nowadays, it's too close on because, well, there's awareness. Yeah, it is funny how these things change around. Okay, now I want to see if we want really dark characters Jewish history briefly, and then I'm going on Monday, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you would totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics. Right? That was a pretty impressive point. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So this is one of the theories. This is really important for understanding politics today. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to full element is very, very good. This man, Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. Both before him and after him, the nature rebellions in Russia. Russia's slowly collapsing every time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values that I perceive in many ways. First of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christian, they're not Orthodox. And also, as Catholics, Romans that took down rebellion because they're Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much in Nicholas's time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. So the Jews are not going to like say, well, we'll be Russians out too. It's a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? Well, the rabbis and God. Like they don't see them from the BS and Monica. So he said to himself, okay, what am I going to do if this people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of non-citizens. He wants them to fit in. You'll be fine with, as one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them immigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them murdered. That would be like okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hires this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the Crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversion efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like non-Christian. And Max Lilienthal, big Stella supporter, says, fantastic, here's my chance to get these backwards, super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and do the occasional conversion of lecture. I'll handle them. Ended up as a terrible failure. He ended up reading and discussed. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas I's motivation, although he was a Philo-Semite, was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because they hated Judaism, but because they wanted the Jews to be more like us. Why would any Jews consider this? Money is good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think that it's better motivation. But yes, Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. You can see in the 1920s in Russia there was a huge phenomenon, but they generally don't set their kids in schools where they think they're going to engage in other relations. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but most people are not. They're exposed to it. So it's very interesting. It's like that. There where you can go to the Russians were boasting of that they were one of the okay, so you're absolutely right, but the use is actually quite a bit sharper on special radar than the radar last night. Maybe there's also real quick, that's the one that there's the group so I can more educated for this other. And here's the main motivator. In 1837, put in place this incredibly awful decree called the confidence decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 2 years as it is in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army was basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you was getting a little bit of the father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. The third son might consider the army. And this is a career that takes 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted to be army. They didn't see the language properly and values. They were not interested in Jews typically would say, I did so full time. Basically, the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay additional tax gladly to keep them to this 25-year military service. Then once the first remember you during military die, says, well, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go to the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, it says no more exceptions. Every community must provide a number of varies from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. When you show up after service, you have to deliver 10 people to the army. Jews have been historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up and go to the army. See, remove the possibility of buying your way out of it, you have to serve. Secondly, as you realize that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married, they've already had some exposure to Gemara, they've already had the Bar Mitzvah, they've probably had a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years at a military school called a canton. That's where they get the name candidate. And then serve 25 years. Can you imagine it? The 12-year-old kid, 6 years in military school, battered by the first nationalists, and then 25 years down. Actually, we did. It was amazing how many concessions we wouldn't make for them. Not realistically possible, but the only two we had reached a problem. Organizations of that. But, I'm good with how the story is. What is this thing to do with having access to go to school? And that, of course, exactly. If you went to the school system, because so then it means that the Jewish parents have this terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription, being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I send him to a school that is actively going to try and reverse Jewish values. I mean, what a choice. I guess the worst part, I spoke to me for choice. This is one of the worst, darkest things you sent to us. So I can always want to who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose the children? Who got close? It was the Jewish and Russian government was really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas would say the Jewish Kehillah, which we spoke about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish have the Federation and the Jews, which took place. And you can believe this, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad in cities like that place. Mind blowing that actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, this went on for like decades. That's why they actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children and to present them to the government for conscription. But hard to believe that there was a Casey who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community because basically a whole generation of Jews, for 30 years, she was saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my leadership. They're handing me over to Paul. And the church is going through absolutely completely and totally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. What do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. Which is really bizarre materialization. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen. Today's class, probably the Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish nationalism. One of the things that really got to understand is that Jews went through such a change, the watershed of French Revolution, 1789. We talked about the watershed in a while ago, right? The thing is that before the mainline, we largely existed in a state modern environment. I'm going to cover some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went fully into this new world, and we still have not fully figured out what it means to do that. We're still struggling with one of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep. And then probably not to probably get to the Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forced Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. They are still essentially limited in those 5 strategies today. So I hope you probably on Wednesday, I don't know if there's today, is a walk through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust, the state of Israel. And this these are 2 classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is the argument of today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-Napoleonic period of Russia. These are the crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Because if you're not, you're guilty, but you want to support. Okay, so we get through it then. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate interesting from Isaac Ashkenazi, but that sort of takes the traditional Jewish, but it kind of on the kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world, basically for the modern era. What we say modern era, like that the 17th century, and then 68, 69, and the kind of things that go along with modernity, not necessarily technology, although it is definitely related to technology, and then the Industrial Revolution. The so many of the modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. So basically, modernism is a change in the idea. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that are social modernity, for example, you don't want to define witness. It's kind of quick to look at your shot. What's nothing to do for as you not too far off. It doesn't have to be in it. So it's not just fun. People take it for a long time. But humanism is the greatest emphasis on the value of human thought or meaning. Mr. Albertine? The value of story without meaning. Very decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say Godism. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as a source of truth and more to we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, especially with World War II. As World War II, in many ways, also an expression of humanism, because we are so great, and we can invest ourselves as the focus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific access to Holocaust to say, wait, maybe humanism can't go too far. Only what's later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. It's much more focused. You know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think that what we think is greater than that. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism because again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. So the potatoes, for example, it's a whole new population explosion. The reliable food to eat, so it's not reliable, the potato price. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that like other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with Western there's so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope, but if we focus on Jews specifically, we're seeing two things. The first thing is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 180 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of it is already deep into the Enlightenment, so it melts with us a lot. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our local structure, right? The whole idea of dullness, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world is not like it. It's awful. But we have to accept it because that means, ultimately, it's because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism and truth, that's the whole thing. We don't have to necessarily accept it. Because the Republicans would argue against it, and ultimately, they were successful, although often at a great cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember when we talked about the Kabbalah, and we talked about the relationship of Jews as studying the rest of Amalai Regis, the service to the royal chamber? That only worked because the king of the government dealt with us as a solid block. So we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of the country. We were if that begins to erode, which eventually did develop part of the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew. I don't affiliate with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also fall in nuns. And amazingly, it's a time of office after 20,000 years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from this. Now, corporate society did give us some serious difficulties. Countries where we live, for example, we can be kicked out of our homes at any time. We were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed this awful laws called surveillance laws, in which only the oldest male child can get married. I shouldn't say like that. The oldest male will be allowed to marry. Obviously, he can marry only one wife. So the rules do not apply to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather cruel attempt to control the population growth, said only one male in a Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because we were allowed to have families. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that. Universities were on really tight restrictions. There are only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level. They're primarily trained doctors. Some humiliating things like votes, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive, humiliating thoughtless way of people like standing on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding on to a secret Torah, and saying that they promised not to lie in court because Jews would assume not to tell the truth. Therefore, this whole of the morally and Jewish homes. These are the kind of things that would go criminal activity. Because again, it states that in the group, and then there'd be laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities for it. This is sort of a good question. So Jews began to threaten with this because, again, Jews are illiterate. Jews are used to the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating. But it just takes one Jew to read it and translate it into Yiddish or Hebrew, and these ideas begin to circulate on Jews and just make people talk. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment. In the late 1700s, that's when we see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about most Spanish and Muslims. Let's see how those play out on the So, of course, in the United States, we think about the United States kind of interesting to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestants. And when we talk about religion in America, Jewish religion was really problematic. Was the early historians. That's all of them. We have Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists are basically like the opposites, the Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall the roots of not familiar with Christian history. The church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were essentially descending movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther survived protests, essentially, and his protests created what ultimately became ends of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the nice thing they protested, of course, against the power and supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome. The protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy was celibate from the 15th century on. That's what I was saying. Yes, so like one of the like basically said that all you trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and the Bidens and being like the cardinals acting in each other on these various and sometimes we take that as the solid. The many years is artists party members wasn't great that you shouldn't trust the event because word about it because focus on what the festival says. I suppose they're asking these questions because they're still concentrating on this idea of yes, you are. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push with greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let's on this big project, let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. Everybody can read it, and everybody can interpret it, and not dependent on it themselves. But I mean, so ironically, this movement was related to this overall Trinitarianism that emerges from the Renaissance. So that's to say what we are now with Jews, and the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were purely white. And let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do you do with the former African American slaves and do with that. Now, that is, of course, an issue that resonates to the present day. Even the Trump presidency is a very deep deal with how they deal with issues like interaction with EI and so on. So the Jews were like almost white. What is that? Almost white. What is really the most thing in white? White supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get ahead. This expression is understanding the earth of the Jews as almost all rights, so very good. So this is kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature, but it's not to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external experience, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people. So therefore, even like sort of like they have any problems with black people, and the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature. Yes, I mean, I remember the first people talking stuff in the US was like Spanish. Yeah, I just wonder, yes, like Spanish Jews are expired stuff when they be generally darker than us. You're absolutely right. That's the point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. Like in my own family, I have a daughter who people see her as only just think of my mother, so my grandmother. But people say the word, are you Hispanic? They get that too, right? Yeah, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way, you can often quote unquote pass for other colors. So we're not talking about like, blue, black Nigerians or something, where you're obviously different race, whatever that exactly. But Jews are sort of like sneak under the wire. And also weren't like part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church. They push a different agenda, so we were less friends with Americans. And what that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to have kind of fun with it, and they ask them to go and get us to translator. Yes, well, I said English. Okay, so what happened in America? There are many disabilities, meaning and have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about homesteading, holding off the Indians, and whatever else they had to do with creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserving the Moorish and therefore the Jewish oath, things like that, were really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787 and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? It says, we the people, right? It's an what is the word? Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson. I just got this a few months ago. I forgot, right? To consider the right to right that people want life, liberty, and happiness. Pursue happiness, right? So I should be wanting this South Dakota. God forbid I'll take my issues again. I already have my passport. But these are kind of like all men are created equal, as President Ford, they're jealous. All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean that, as they didn't mean African American men at the time. But Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. We just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some places, we still have issues like New Hampshire until 1877. There was still a ban on the Jewish oath. You have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, this is an unusual country. What we're going to focus today, really important, is France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, they have an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right? The English Church. And it will be basically the same as Catholic Catholicism, except with divorce. Right? And that was useful for them. The Catholics do not recognize divorce, and do recognize something called an annulment, where you can the motto would be the basic responsible solution, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing. They don't really know what Catholicism, but there is a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church, these are the Jews. However, Jews were technically recalled, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England and simply ignored their presence there, and their population was impressed. So there you have a situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social status, and so on, even though they don't have legal authority. So, for example, David Sullivan elected the sheriff of London in 1905, and several years later, he was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a requirement. So, so social change in this case is already basically finding their place. That influence with legal change. But we got to focus on France because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike England, which sort of, unlike America, which sort of was so far away from liberal to the center of what was happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of like get to an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, meaning the king of France is in control of everything, on a totalitarian world.
I don't want this.
One of the things I think was halfway moi, after me, Nothing will be applicable actually. I'm the entirety of this. In fact, when I said, that's it. It's safe, that's me. And what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want the person to wear purple, I can pass it to three, everyone has to wear purple. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. It did not necessarily function so well, but this is the way it's set up. Huge race of 1999, massive overturned society. They end up passing this particular document. Declaración de Derechos de los Humanos, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizens. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Rouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. They said, no. We really did it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, we're going to deal with that, but just, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and Mexico had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty, France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's not true, right? And they said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we have in mind. You are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed, the Jewish society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then the Jews took it as French, and what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Spartan and Ashkenaz. In the Sephardi class, we talked about this, and much more like what we know today. But basically, we look at the map of France. There's two very, very different populations, and there's hugely different sizes. Up here in the northeast is our right? The Ashkenaz, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all in the near Alsace-Lorraine, the old German territory, this is where Toast was very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentrations, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way out here. These are the Jews who the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different. Right? On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were forcibly converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and in the 1600s. And by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting the original Jewish identity. They come back to the Jewish identity. And they started really 200 years after this emerged in the south of France. And they start saying, hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France and the Sephardists, Philosophists, who never heard of that Ashkenazim. And they started giving us really French speaking documents, yes, of French, we're not so consistent of practice and stuff like that. And in fact, that's what happened. In 1790, they give the Sephardic people rights. And then a year later, they built an Ashkenazim prison to go way around it. The Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. That's not the end of the story. There's many thousands of people in questions. So a long history of that. But if you look at it says excellent. Finally, and non-citizen, a pre-modern corporate member of society is whether the state will interact with you as an individual or as part of a group. So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jews, and so you were subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges for the word of being Jewish, as distinct from the peasants. The peasants have different rights, different privileges, different responsibilities. Or the clergy or the nobility. Right? No freedom and great power of that group unless you were able to join other castes, like for example, by
I don't want to mention
and becoming a member of the church. Emancipation has its positives and negatives. And when you use the term emancipation, you try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. People were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way it's getting again. You had to belong to the Kabbalah, you had to pay taxes to the Kabbalah, you had to do what the Kabbalah told you to do. If the basic says, show up for the mitzvah every day, or you'll get lost, you have to do that. That was the way you had to do it society. There's no like service. I would use to affiliate. I'm going to hang out with Christians. You can't do that. So the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. So what are the upsides? The upsides are if you're emancipated as citizens, they can change their residence and where they want. And once they buy a property, they can't use it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter a higher education, pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the current society sector. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the state in particular reasons that the region no longer has the power to enforce region government. The region no longer has the power to keep Jews together and to throw away. That's the nation. Yes, Mr. Ariete. How about the Mr. Connecting, you asked a really good question. How long does it take to decide to fully integrate? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long did it take it? Mr. Ruben, your smile is coming up naturally. It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? His point is excellent. Another point. Oh, yes, right? We have census of France today, like, fine. There are people who are free France left in high school. Those people today. Okay, the Holocaust? No, it's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable that the French were such a lot of character on every single French person is in the resistance. But no, as a little I think it never was. You know, even though we have benefited from monarchy, one might say that these costs never ended. They're still dealing with the same costs. But social acceptance is a much higher bar than we would say. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. They've got lots of laws, civil rights movement, all kinds of things that are supporting them still insufficient. So these are like the young lecturers who still are productive in these problems. Let me finish the story with this kind of bizarre story. So fast forward for 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. We had like pendulum shifting between radicalism and faction conservatism as they trying to work through this massive change from the king to the democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast spoke against Napoleon, saying Napoleon has got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are discriminating the non-believers, they are undercutting non-Jewish businesses, they're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Which will obviously be to take advantage of the opportunities that legislation afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring. That's like wound really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity to just, explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used for like taking advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves. And that's not necessarily to benefit society as a whole, but certainly their own benefit. So you can place the goal that, we're being run out of business for producing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. Fill up the Walmart of all stuff, so they can't compete with them. So the point says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How do we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? What do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? They say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they do still have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right? This is way back in ancient times. And this is a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. We say, oh, no problem, let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And typically, a holy monarch kind of group who gathers together representatives all over the Roman Empire, which is now on the fastest time of Austria, New Zealand, and so on. You hear from all different areas and say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to that. And comes together in six. This was actually a very well-known comic book. That was the time. You can see, yes, this amazing hat. I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him in the honor of his head himself. The dromedary upstairs representing two tablets of the boss. Anyway, he's definitely very cool. But he ends up this video made up of definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are my side, a lot of them are not showing their part of it. It's less like they want to very, very less than the side. And the whole thing to them is like 12 questions for you. This was not actually my second. Typically, it was predecessor, which was called the 70 But here on Earth, there's 12 questions that we ask. By the questions, how they imagine the answers. Question number one. Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Blackton. You're correct. Only six and then a little comparison, right? But still, one of the only compare why is that his first question is at the time they were basically complaining of that were starting to put in their wanting to be like that from this woman and nervous. Okay, good question. There are other groups of sorts. But is that real? No, worrying about women, maybe class. Well, on American education form, they ask you to go to the book that okay, but they're Americans. So we're watching this. I got to say, you're too loud in the back. They're going to collapse the classroom. Population question for like how big is this problem going to be? I think you guys, and by the way, of course, you guys Bible, all educated people, not only 8th century but today. But I see Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, they have like multiple wives. So you guys know that now. I'm also concerned about how it would just generally fit with our society. It's hard to use the event of living in a society, an awesome society together and how far apart. Secondly, I also have implications for population growth. Also, has a relationship to a big deal in French Catholicism, which the whole is struggling with, effectively with secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, we're against that. We invest in divorce. Here's the point. Guys marry on Jews. When you guys marry on Jews, why does he want to know this? Or for him? What do you mean by that? And what's going to happen? Exactly. Okay. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry. There are so many more French women who get married Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think this has an answer to this? Depends on your life story. Yes, we can. Right? Did you see the picture? Did you see that? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Why would we say that? Well, he's actually, actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most swarmy, prevaricated way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up. Which is essentially the same answer that we would say today in our life. Right? They don't want to see Alex Napoleon credible. Okay. They don't want to say that's Napoleon because they know it's not the answer once they get it. But they say to them that look at the time. Gee, they kind of like sort of like the distraction. They don't want to say an outright checker, an outright lie that Jews are not allowed to eat together. But they want to say that, there's only so much that we can do when things happen, and they got it passed. And went on what's question for, right? This is now where I get to play. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implication of this question? This is really a funny question. It's really what wants to know. Mr. Michael. Very good. Like the rebellions, especially because France has a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. A little overdue right now. But you guys who speak Yiddish, sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, you're going to join those guys and fight against us. Or are you going to defend France? So that's really a funny question. Everything else kind of like flows from it. You can see this is also really important. Once the rabbis have sort of the way, the rabbis have what is the boy? I don't know. Or even less than an army. What would it cost you to stay within the state? Like, what happens if, how much power do you guys have? If you are involuntary movement, or if you want to affiliate with the it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be the lead knitter, who's going to be the secondary knitter, how long you do whatever you want. But if you can force people to knit certain things but not other things, so you can say, you choose you out of the club, then the bullying is free. You just want to have a rival for this course. You have to obey the rabbi. They have to provide, they want to say there is no double standard for affection. And again, a lot of people there's actually ground for this, it is, it's forbidden to steal from the non-Jew, it's forbidden to lie from non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that, but this is not a hard one to answer. They know what the person wants to do. They do not want, they do not want a learning summary discussion of the crazy acceptance of the world. But this is part of why you have to be a bench all the time. You have to tell the truth, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any opportunities for other concerns at the point that so many people are in finance? I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. And considering in particular, because money Jews are money lending, right? They're still money lending, especially small-time money lending. Students like that to us, just are you prohibited to charge interest money? Basically, just answers all of these questions exactly what Napoleon wanted to hear. So Napoleon says, fine, you guys are mature, emancipated. I confirm everything was decided back in 1790 and 1791. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to do small entities to make rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place, so actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that's referring to it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what is in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the ROTHSCHILD, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France, they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate resistance to Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a point I think I showed you a few weeks ago. This is the medallion owned by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the museum. You can see on the left, it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King, right? We love it. And over here, amazing, incredibly image that shows Napoleon here in all his findings, giving the Ten Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receive the It's always not health initiative, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot to name was actually Mr. Sterling. This was introduced by Jews. Yes, right. So this constitute a form of a kind of thing. And what else can we say? Right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, right? Emancipation doesn't always have to do with that. They thought it would be so great that, guys, don't Rabbi Berlin said, you never confuse Jews with Judaism. And this is what she did, not what Judaism told Mr. Graham, I'm going to say, I think so. Yeah, it doesn't hurt me to say it. It's true, that's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, people were, so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. It just shows how far out there. But we're still leaving. Mr. White, no question. Okay, so let's go by something else. Now, it went crazy after that. But you also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but we'll just kind of through the Western era when France, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. This pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And I think that we've got so far exactly plot. But in the revolution era, it actually tried to change time itself. I unusual about this particular clock face from the early era? Oh, say that out.
Just trying to find it for
Actually, I had like 10 hours in it. Right? This is what we have this crazy sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? It's ridiculous. Let's take every hour, 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's take every day, 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of dark. Let's work like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely thought by refused because all of a sudden Shabbos would fall on like this month. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe Sabbath on day 10, which could be Thursday. And this, Jews would involve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long. It was an absolutely crazy day, period of time. The rest of the concept. It's 24. Well, I think this particular clock has 12 hours plus another 12 hours, which I think there's two 12-hour days like on top of it. I think it's full time with the new time. I want to do the modern things on the side there, and I want to take the date that we want first. With your permission, let's talk about this periodization. Now we want to go to another hugely important area. So I want to move a little bit. So far, France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. So now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, probably about 2/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time you get to the 1900s, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how to stop there. I'm going to pass all this stuff. They use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So, the big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, in 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff, there were some changes in the rules of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia right up until 1917. So this idea of Jews governed as a group is something that was very developed in the 20th century with the authorities of Russia. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb thrown back on his carriage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live, the Pale and South. And these attacks, you already heard the years, right? For years of these attacks, many of these theories attacked multiple times, essentially said to the Jewish population there that Russia is not able or interested in protecting its Jews. And this is like a very important principle of Jewish history. You worry about anti-Semitism from the right, you worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else, because anarchy represents the breakdown of the law, and since we are a minority, we are the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. You wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as their members of society. And so they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with the situation. Take you through very quickly. I want to show you these different charts. It's a great study by these people here, and then there's Rosa, I love this kind of research. This is a study of the wrong ways of using Europe, particularly Russian Empire. You see this. This is the number of not necessarily their violence, but they actually got far more violent in the missionary period. And the number of people killed were also much larger. But a huge number in 1881, a huge number here in 1903, 1905, and then a smaller absolute number, but we accept it because their brutality is not quite as bad in the revolutionary era of 1917, 1921. I will point out, by the way, that these numbers, compared to the Holocaust, are tiny. The scale of these attacks, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so, these used to be, people thought it was the end of the world when it was treated in 1919. But that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was going to be. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated them with crop failures. Here's bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they do the same thing with political turmoil. Same thing. It's no question there was political turmoil when the pogroms happened. So there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen. But you combine both of those, what are the years when we had crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio with pogroms. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that it do not go into a recession. It's also bad things for Jews when they're combined. One of the other things combined effects, which is really bad for Jews, is really bad for everybody. Yeah, that's right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy as a whole, African Americans get the flu or pneumonia. Right? It's the same thing about this here too. It was bad for Americans because of political turmoil and economic downturns. Much worse for Jews. Mr. Barron, how do you talk this? What's this leading up to the White House? Let's get to well, Jews had a lot of political turmoil, and they did have economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews in Germany. But I sort of ended up in my question, because we're going to talk in much more detail about the Holocaust. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really want you guys to get. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part that you really have to show up for. So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse we need to do something different. And they decided in a very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Those strategies that actually been figuring out are things we're still figuring out today. Most people know will fit into the political movement section of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, immigration. This is the golden strategy, the tried and true Jewish strategy. As we discussed before, the fee or flee strategy. This is the flee part. And Jews left the Russian Empire in control. This map shows you how many Jews left in failed settlements here in red, fleeing in 1981. in 1917, when the Zionist government fell, 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors, how many of you have ancestors who have immigrated in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 of us here. I myself was part of this Taik group that's all my ancestors from Canada because they had much better health insurance, but that was a joke. But there was actually, myself not picking up, but there's like a trying to do a slap there at this point. But the Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out. Let's. Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. So the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. And what is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, this huge scope, perhaps more significant, it was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic authority. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not the golden and the nothing, it's trade for America. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find day schools. You're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America. Jews left, never go less. Interesting studies of the age of their rights, whether you're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this movement were actually rebels. They were and refused to go on to the Mr. Masabashi.
Obviously, I don't know ways to the first bring the center of knowledge. There are things that are size of really meaningful, like the type of
Basically, there were places where you call it borders were very different. At the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, borders were far more comfortable than they are even today. And this is a time when America was actually openly inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming and we needed people to work the plants and to plow the fields and to lay down the railroad tracks. And so all Jews had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. You know, and they can't just say, here I am. Follow up question?
Well, yeah, I want to learn this all the way down to Africa. Like usually,
No, excellent question. I'm not exactly random the reasons for a lot of these concentrations. In the case of South Africa, the reasons because of ladder migration that is very common in migration, where people tend to go to a where there's someone from their place is already gone. So you say, well, I know there's a guy named Moshe Chaim that, you know, his brother, I work with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go with Moshe better, but you know, he comes from my town, so I can go set up with him. And this is where a lot of South Africans use. There are reasons for South African Jews coming in the first place, the gold mines, things like that, but so the land Jews. So a lot of big rocks and land is specifically to South Africa. So there's not a lot, right? There's no ladder migration to it. There would be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to the Colorado and their way to Pakistan, things like that. The rest of it is native Nazis. But choosing to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee, is something that Chuck likes about Mr. Muller. There's a theory that if you have a lot of most of them are electricity. Because they're the ones get back. There's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, it's more of an observation. Regardless of the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents. They were saying, oh, I don't care. This is my own America, rather than remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything in America. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak English even with my children. Jews. These are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that's down the line. Why would it stop us, right? So then, let's talk about the here. Why would they say on I don't. Why would I can understand you guys like the social media laptops, right? That's soft, but play a video would be over the top. All right, so that's good. So I'm going to go back to the table. So I'm going to leave it. Exactly. That's why they post-school work too, right? Yeah, post-school work too. I mean, they come back to the town in Poland. It's devastating. There's nobody there they know. They're encountering active hostility from the Poles, but yes, going on and elsewhere. Well, that's it. I'll leave it. So when they come to America, those post-war Jews, they're refugees. They're angry about how it's happening. They're not choosing America. They're America's choice problem. So they come here and they say, oh, well, I'm not going to leave myself to America. I'm going to make America to myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shepherds should have been here in Muncie or in Lakewood, place like that. And they had a future. More niche question is what about the enlightenment of trying to say you're the potential difficulties of no matter what? For those of us that are not yeah, I think it's a tiny proportion of those enlightenment groups. Large most of them were killed, and those things can make it. I mean, they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphaned generation. I myself, like my parents are Holocaust era, they were born and raised in Canada, so they weren't survivors directly, but we were cut off from a massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything. So it's amazing that we have a bad time talking. Mr. Hunter,
So, I'm special about enlightenment. I know that one of the two major points that these immigrated, immigrated to include, other than Europe, federally was actually downstream Texas. And I know that many of the Jews who did immigrate through downstream set out on settle there and make communities in Texas. And they were, by and large, like reformed communities, which definitely is much more of like the Persian language and the Shastra and so on these days. Right? So the definitely were Ashkenaz Jews who came to America and sat down and communities and somebody.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're not talking about America. We're talking about Russia. When we're talking about America, oh, sure, you're right. That's a good point. Let's go on. Now, strategy number one, right? Integration. This is probably the biggest strategy. It's the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. We won't have the research really delve into what is socialism, but basically, it's political economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels, that argue for a complete change to the way that we organize society now. It's very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people with production. So I'm not going to go into the details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important of those, this man, Leon Bronstein, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. It's a picture from his 1905 arrest for the revolution. So one of the lesser known things about the Russian Empire is it was almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the entire Russian Empire. To get a barber. Yeah. But he would end up becoming an incredible general who's the leader of the Red Army and amazing such traits of time. But yet, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the communists that time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves. It was a larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious. Anti-clericalism was a principal idea of the communist movement. And so many of the Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. So I say social democrat is another word for a communist. And so this is the second major strategy. Is let's not just leave Russia, and let's change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to keep you, just to not give you a cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, and the idea of we're going to change everything, we're going to change the Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is the new tradition of that Rabbi invented, which is basically like the Guinness Israel and the Romanian movement. It really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of this lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself or herself. Okay, folks. Wednesday, when we return, we'll finish up with this discussion. Thanks for learning. Another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, we're talking about well under 100 people killed. So, it was terrifying at the time. But when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence took place. Such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Stalingrad also, just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century, and these are out there. But we had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, we've got to do something different. And here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devised. The first one that we talked about last Monday was immigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of anarchy, with the government and all protecting. The one thing that I want to do. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, they're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. Fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so we adopted this one philosophy called socialism. Yes, we had lots more time. I would probably talk at length. But I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell. Just as it was falling, I was doing my education. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism. Right, actually. It was terrible. Because they figured that would be important for us to know these things. And all these different theorists, all these different people, like, a good chunk of it was because we shall see. But for our purposes, the definition of socialism is this idea that rather than landed classes and those who control the means of production, achieving the highest level in society, and then using their position, their churches high at the top of the economic pile to dominate the lower classes and keep them in servitude. Socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society. Socialism, let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run businesses themselves. It's like saying this, someone like Elon Musk, we're going to take, you've been really great, thank you for building these rockets and these cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take away all of your properties, and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource. It belongs to the entire nation. And obviously, Elon Musk and people at that class are not so good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses. It's like, well, yeah, I can afford one share of Tesla stock, and now I've got like, a whole factory with it. I have two Teslas in my garage because you just took it over. Mr. Cover, you want to say something?
I mean, that you got back to be a bit.
Many times, yeah, Jews have had experienced that in different conflicts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of the Jewish side. Yes, well, it's remarks, which I would recommend reading lots of times, but in a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book is that's capital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses the lower class. The idea of socialism is to create a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working class. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distributed equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called the friendship of people because everyone will love each other. You have the end of class struggles with other lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was an inveterate Semite, born Jewish, he was baptized by his parents like many Jews of the 19th century. But he had a phenomenal laser public people and useful behavior. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very known yet the Soviet period later. What does that phrase mean? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Opiates are drugs. That's what the right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive, excellent. What else do you do? I know you guys have things. Ask me for a fact. Numb the senses. They numb it. They make you stupid, right? They make you slow. Have you ever seen like you kind of your opium dance? And by the way, well, we have a pretty short history with opium. I'm not just about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on society because it was actually very good. Keeping population still flat. People who take opiums, they tend to like get very lethargic. And they just want to lay down and they just want to do nothing. And so then the opium just works through their system. And it's like, it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is the opiate of the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really pointing at French or Judaism, but he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, let's say, northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mine, you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, you're going to die early, a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything, but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, where you like low cut, it's so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna like understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will include my brotherly war. And that's what Marx is trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep folk in check, keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel, right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's about socialism for our thumbnail definitions. Good question. So socialism is the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term communism, that we get all together. But communism is simply put one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. It's more correct to speak about socialism in general because it has a variety of it. Now, can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist? Capital was defined as judiciary, economy, but okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in this maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas, like almost every country adopted something. Like, for example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's socialist idea. If you're a capitalist, like total monopoly man capitalist, you would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Right? We don't want to say that. We don't want society so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by spreading. Canada, our wonderful neighbors of the north, some would say, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance. In this country, that's a huge struggle, but it's still not completely solved the healthcare issue. But healthcare is universal healthcare. And yes, there are problems with it, and rationing and stuff like that, but the fact is they do have universal healthcare, and we don't, and that's the problem. Yeah, so there are things that Israel also has universal healthcare. Dr. Rositsky would love to talk to you about the second act. But these are some of those ideas. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is socialist. The keyboard movement. What is this movement? Exactly. And how long have these been in existence? Slowly. Yeah, but a century. And it actually worked. Like they have kibbutz. I work on a kibbutz as a volunteer. My sons work volunteer kibbutz. It's actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and we share the wealth. Usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things. Like for example, the shtenders and things that we have in our basement are made by the Rabbi. One of my other sons also work. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually straight work. There are questions about is it viable over another generation, and they've been having those discussions for about 10 generations now. They have that probably about 5 generations.
But it still works, right? And the reason why it's social networks is because it's really all scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people get together and say, we all believe in this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with billions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. Cuba, anyway, for granted. Right?
These drivers, the biggest flaw with communist socialism is, okay, you can go to the country. There's no out in communist actually for the country. Once they go to the country for there's no and what's going to be there. There's no actual how to communist.
That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression, that they would start like kind of farms and tribal, they would go to a feudal society, like we talked about later here, then they would get the industrialization where we are as a bourgeois democracy. And then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped this step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. We did not have a big industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leave place. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this. You read this, we want to get back to our topic. So here we go, there's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism. The reason that was more in future classes. The third, this is in this object?
Yes,
Really? So really, it won't stay much.
and then that's all it was, the switching right there.
That must be it. Okay, great. Third option, fine, right? Third is diamonds. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of privatization, desire to go back there as well, is almost going to people, right? You have this sense of Babylonian exile and rather for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also, I'm sure, there were theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state, the flag and army and passport, stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular modern choice. And so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most people in terms of creating a political state from the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. They're like, yes, I know. And consumers, it's a Shakur, it's, look at how brilliant these students are. I'm watching this. Okay, that's good, thank you. We'll have to look at it later. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal, but no one really thought of you actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was a different response because essentially Zionism, here for a certain way, is Mr. Grants. Gotta read that Kirk Amos book, so don't interrupt, right? So this is actually Ben Gurion, Herzl, the picture in the background. He's the founder of Zionism. We'll come back to talk about it. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option of just emigrating to some other land of colors. Because we've done that before. It's just repeating a problem. And this whole idea of socialism is sugar. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new country. Crazy. That's not going to work out. What we will do, however, is we will stop history by moving back there to Israel. And end this 2,000-year-old cycle of laws as we go back to land Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately be the end of Jewish history because we will have gone full circle back to Israel. Obviously, we can talk a lot more about this because amazingly, they succeeded. 1948, there
creation of a state, which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of reestablishing a state, even 300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. A lot of Jews chose this, very popular. Fourth option, this one is a little weird. We're using the battle here. But I think the other option is like here. Okay. So this is a little weird. It's not one of the most popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora national. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering, that Jews are scattered around the world. They have small minorities all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism, means they're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create neural structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire, because you have a massive population of Jews, the largest single population of Jews in the world at this time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity, maybe we can actually do it here. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by the great historian Shimon Tugno, was this idea that you get all the Jews living in the country to join a single voting bloc called a cadastre, and every Jew registers to that bloc, and then you can get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your new road, to pay for your Asian restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the cadastre, you create your own Jewish parliament. And here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called the federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Footnote imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled this on a council of lands, every Jew is automatically blocked. You cannot leave. You are part of the community, you pay taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't, sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it's not nearly as much strength as the way Footnote imagined it. Has a very small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call the new traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing orthodox. Because up until this point, really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, we could point to let's say 1912 when the Jewish soil was founded, maybe it's the actual moment that it was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of these other except maybe immigration. And the immigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, to recall, such a trade from Medina, people with children spilling overboard when they came to Ellis Island, things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot of things they cared about, like, protecting Shabbos, like protecting Shkita, like maybe getting government grants and paying for Yeshiva education, stuff like that. So we have a chance of messing with it. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Jewish Israel is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values, using the modern devices of political mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies used well into one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments?
is about to get very complicated now. You ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because now I'm going to show you how this was translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your calendars. So, first of all, we have this concept called a political spectrum. Right? And we use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, although it's not quite sexy. The basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call the left wing. It actually has to, the reason why we say left is because of the way the French Parliament was set up, and those people set on the left side of the world. Left wing is called socialist, right wing is called capitalist, thank you, Mr. Ruben, political science major. Right, so this, when we say people on the left, people on the right, it means they lean towards socialism if they're left wing, they lean towards capitalism if they're right wing. They lean towards, but in the American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved with their lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off. That's why the poor people tend to go more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, where the rich people will have to pay for them. They tend to go with capitalists. There's a long-standing clip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was the thing? He wrote for commentary. I think his name later. But he said that Jews burn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews burn like Presbyterians. That's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republicans. They burn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto-Ricans. They vote like, some immigrant families, West Indian, things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally split. The Orthodox Jews may burn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Hammond, I didn't know about people who are single minorities. You got to repeat that slower for it. The fact that, each student that figured out these money or something minority. Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We're a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of character of Torah, like we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Taik, or Taik, we have Shukah, we have Leked. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ is one issue, abortion issues. There are a lot of areas where traditional Jews don't feel comfortable, and so they should have that. You add to that the fact that in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially at making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. So that's always. Anyway, this is our American political structure. Right? It's pretty simple. Judaism, Jewish politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis. We have a y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called fairness, known in Yiddish as Dorahkeit. Meaning, do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Gulf, in the exile, in diaspora, or should we be there in Eretz Yisrael? Minus.
I gotta be careful about this. It's like so sensitive, right? Especially with this lectures that really hard. It's your hands off the board. There we go. So we have Israel politics, separate axes altogether. And in these four quadrants you can place virtually all Jewish political things. Okay, let's see who is there. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. And diaspora, we want to do something here, or we want it to be socialist. We have this group called the GUINNESS. It's a short form for General Jewish Workers Party. GUINNESS, essentially in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. It was formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 hard-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you have a lot of Jewish proletariat working in industries there, very actual factory work. And they emphasize all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constitute a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that had come down called the Arbeiter Ring, the workman's circle, the worker circle. That's essentially the point in America. It's one of the input for the interesting. So this is the party that lives in a quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel. They don't have over this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want to be capitalist. We don't want to get all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dugman, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the federation movement. Right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora and we will collect donations from ourselves and we will support ourselves, things like that. That's not all. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have Zionism. All the times that we can measure what you actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. Rarely the outright majority, but you have 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have 20 or 30 who want to be Buddhists, and the remainder would be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and it's scattered in different places at different times, but we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here, our last third, so they believed in the traditional Zionists, and the major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you think of Taik, that's kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's today, it's calm, it's relatively coexistence oriented. They have a large Arab population. That's them. One of my sons planning to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have very good marine science major here at Toro, so he's going to go to Taik, study the Toro and the Rush. But anyway, that's kind of his model. It's not the Kibbutz socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl in Zionism, and I could fill this chart up with 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I won't. really pull out one of them that's really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud, and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They remain. And he basically believed that Jewish society had to transplant itself to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist. But he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries and the regions and the great powers in Europe. Let's choose them, let's use our medieval skills as Shadlanim, as intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to creating a state of Israel. Herzl had Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jewish hate, anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face. What really is going to make Israel exist is Hamashiach. That you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy and other movements in a minute that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally, and then you see the extreme right, the groups that say no, all this, meeting in Qatar and talk with the creative Palestinian state, something like that. Those are who say that's ridiculous. The question, they are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually, and it's very, very live answer. One more group to make it a little more sensible. Let's sit back over here. This is a group on the Zion, the workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means communists. So this is one of the most important organizations that helps build the people, and they believe in, coexistence with neighbors, share of wealth in the state, things like that. They're also compared to the United States, like the kind of ideal model was a Jew who had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, there to protect the bush, but on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagree bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said, Jabotinsky, you're just going to fight with all of our friends. You're going to make the British famous. You're going to make the Arab famous. It's going to be terrible. We have to work on building bridges and more stuff like that. And they were at each other's throats all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Grandin. This is the religious Mr. Parenti, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture. Right? Because this is schematic, right? It is more complicated than the numerical system. You only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, if Parenti correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. At this side of the spectrum, afterwards, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really going to I'm not going to keep Shabbos, even though I get my constant. I'm not going to do that. But, it'll be okay. There are definitely some religious students too, but not them big, and there's character of Jabotinsky as well, especially the religion. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. If you would sin, the socialists are anti-religious. There are some minority groups that are religious, but the majority of them are anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened. I was once at a funeral with Sad Jesus that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I talked with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on Shomer Hatzaddik kibbutz. And Shomer Hatzaddik is a young daughter. very, very common, very anti-religious, feast on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they're buying into the Marxist idea of like religion is the only organization. They said to me, I don't know, guys, they said, when I grew up, we had everything on our face. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our face. Nowadays, young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke that young people, they kind of stuff that you brush up and on. Okay. Anyways, so this side basically anti-religious, this side neutral, some maybe positive. Okay.
What's that different because they keep storing their socialism?
It's whether they're split in Israel. The socialist says, "What a stupid idea to go back over there and get involved with the local, the Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's going to be done here in Russia." And these people say, "No. We had our experience in dollars from going back to our land. We'll be socialists. We'll be socialists."
So you ain't not religious, then it's okay.
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed just over a century in their language. Okay, now let's look at the forensic observation. What about the religion axis? So we've got a Z-axis. Right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the Z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rabbi Cook, who was not the first chief rabbi in Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who lived in the community of Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and do this a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in science activity, because maybe that's the way the Gedula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Tips and the Yonah, we say in Detroit, I don't know if this is Shabbos here, Reish Yechad Yechad. That Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, I'm the Bino Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even people in the face of dominant religion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state of Israel. This is essentially where the people who essentially derive from. They are lefty, Lebanese, they're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to what we're here. Also on the religious axis, like this, this would be the Taik, if you picture the same shot. I'm sitting right over here. This is the one. No, section, I mean, I just know that I'm reading here. But I'm looking forward. I'm going to make my own skin on shots. Got one in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast, the Shameless Plug. You know I can definitely on podcast, right? Oh, yeah. 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history, one doctrine. That's it. In ninth grade, that was like 4 years ago. I was really funny. Because they always have to go. And then, well, it's kind of really good. It's short, but it's a foundation thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record short history video every single document about 2,711 videos. I should have. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the soil, that constellation of religious parties, we call it we call it English Orthodox, they said, oh my gosh, are you serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all of these secular Jews, and all these Jews are like, how could you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. you say you are contradicting that oath. You're trying to force my hand and give me a shift before it's time. You'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What has to be parties? You need somewhere to go. Jews, but follow right. Not much. Let's go through one at a time. What happened to the book? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more book. Sort of like echoes of the book survived outside of Russia, like our Bezer ring, the workman circle, but only as a pale shadow of this social thing. If you're going to read a book, you probably read in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that, but secular. Ruin, two other things I'm thinking we're doing from this in New York. One of the Union Square historical. Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them, right? And another one says, okay, so basically, this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% that whenever you see voted, 4% of the votes. So they basically just, but we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it, the Federation stuff like that. All they are, the socialist Zionists, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went to different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977. Until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. And that was the Charles for 19 years, I think. So it's really a long time. But before him, just all the Israel were here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people are socialists. Carousel gets lottery Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. Very little kind of like lottery Zionists were there anymore. I think they're moderate, they're probably using Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw the good, but we also see a stronger party. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahanen, called Ha, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic to look at his politics because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, and he was actually assassinated, his party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors actually are people like Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Nazis. One of the debates that seems going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activities are illegal because they're borrowing directly from Kahane. Now, it's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about one cultural influence has created the Nazi Berlin group, which it's actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of youth and a lot of stuff in our college and the student body. A lot of students fall into that way of thinking about all this. And what about this trail down here? Left your mind. And there's a lot of that, but what happens to it? The parties don't exist, yeah. What about it? Did we charge them off? I mean, it's honest stuff. Yes. So we take it as a general idea of maybe what happened to them after the Holocaust. But then if we go on, exactly. Israel has their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland. And when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, that's like this Israel there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really worth a major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Korean in general will not serve in the army, and yet will take advantage of state support for these yeshivas. And especially when Israel is launched war right now, a lot of non-Korean Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society.
Actually, I remember that before.
Yes.
Remember they were against fighting, but he actually
Oh, definitely. No, there were definitely.
trying to take an approach, and that was going down and was banned and so what wasn't in that and they were not why
I think that would be fair to say. Remember that we're giving you here like 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And then really, in reality, we can usually get the entire session and talk about the tiny little fractions that we separated it. So you're right, there are Canadians who, of course, do serve the army. They have a deep battalion, which is apparently very successful in Kashmir. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Canadians feel, and there was an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. Percentages are small. Most Korean being participating now. It's really not necessarily.
so I'm asking about the American government and I'm asking about the Israeli government how to see and they're trying for this part the idea that they're part of it is necessarily about going over to the South Winters.
Yeah.
So how far it has to be sold
Well, the Missouri Tarza, I think, is, for those who maybe aren't familiar, Missouri Tarza is Guardian 32. They are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Hawaii. Here in America, as moving correctly points out, actually they have some in Israel too, but they are usually they go to football stand protests, and you ever see pictures of guys in face and stuff, they're putting their signs up going, this is a terrible thing, I guess. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh look, there are religious groups who support this, and it's like they're the most extreme assault. But they are definitely stronger in this.
differentiating the American leaders from the sympathizers and they are more necessarily leaders. They Americans because they don't really say they are from there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Buddhist trail in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Israeli politics, like the Torah, and I haven't even gotten into the ethnic, the Z axis, the Z-Vine axis, started in the 1970s. And they have this whole different, series of concerns. This is all this Ashkenazi. But when the Sephardics get involved, and we drop it, then we change everything as well. Oh man, let's go check out the All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take, food for today. Mentioned I have a difficult appointment I gotta get to at time, so, and this is possible. Any last questions about, do you understand now why your priest, Dr. Meyer, holds the way he does? Where he is, okay, let me have this intro. It goes like this. 1930, father in Detroit, spent time back to the high school. I got a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn yeshiva. Or sends him back to Poland. Spent his time there. He comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the table. And the father says, "So, son, what was good?" So, Dad, while I was there, I met this Jew who was a soldier. Another Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a social scientist. I met this Jew who was a Rabbi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist. And what is your social? There's a great amount of variation that we're using in Europe. Because some guys don't understand. They're always Jews. Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding, the role of Jews in this time. Doubt how viable that thesis is. Just have to look at any news source today and look how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and Jews are really central to this century. But let's start first of all by going to the life of Sophia. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some time before we looked at Eastern Europe and the development of Jewish political parties. And I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to the 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. Just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period, when so many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization. It is the Alliance Israelite Universelle, the Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying, it's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory how one says it, whether one's pointing or sitting at the same time, but basically it's neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is derogatory terms. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky can help us out with this. The term Yevrei, or Hebrew, is a polite term. Jid, or Jew, is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. But also in French and in German, there was some question about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So Israelite is one of the options there. This organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it was really, connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to remediate the situation and free the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a Christian child and murdered him for his blood. No body was ever found, and all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really pretty modern. So after that remarkable
political success, the alliance really took off. And they tried to do a few other things. They tried to do the pogroms in Russia, things like that. They weren't so successful. But the whole idea of was really very successful, and many other organizations followed soon afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who are very important setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals, it's not an Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise, involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national orientation. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews, just like today, Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa and Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Grant, you can do that pump fist every time I say the word Chabad. I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not.
Yeah, I usually do. 100%.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France, and it happens with really nasty anti-Semitism developing. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. We talked many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, German thinker of this era. In France, and especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, Edouard Dumont, who made his living essentially muckraking in the yellow press, meaning it kind of like the cheap newspapers of the era, against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France, that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there and so on. He published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this highly typical image, shows a sort of Jewish beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would evoke a lot of the migrants coming from Poland into France. And as you can see, he's got like these sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having it grab onto the entire world. And it's kind of sending this message that, France and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of something was his book, but one that he promoted, La Terror Juive, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, meaning fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s. And the key cause was, here's this one, I like this one too. See, it says, popular illustrated edition, Jewish France, La France means Jewish France. The idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning we have to mount a massive, very violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is written the word Sapira, this will be, this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can see this is written by Edouard Dumont, nasty anti-Semite of the era. Incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. And we should also note that at this time, the 1870s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You know, you could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican or whatever. It was like a term used within public polite discourse. So they actually ran parties, political parties, that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, you know, there was an anti-Semitic party. Well, for us, we hate Jews. It's hard to imagine, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the great, you know, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Alfred Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now, let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation. Right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about France. They published the rights of man and citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, they said yes, and even Jews are included in the rights of man and citizen. And Napoleon, you know, questioned it. He called this great Sanhedrin, and they confirmed it and said yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that, and everybody thought that France was like, you know, so forward and so liberal to Jews, and so kind and so, you know, advanced. And yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was like crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather non-strict Jewish Catholic in the French army. No special distinguishing career or anything like that. But he was framed for an espionage pact that was occurring between some French military and the hated Germans, right? France and Germany had this long-running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this is in that period. There's still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out to the press, and they had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed. Let's blame the Jews. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just had struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen that it was like overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulets are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus' sword over his knee. It's an incredible demonstration of you know, complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it went into a whole culture that guys like Edward Hall really built on. The Jews are our misfortune. Right? The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin here, in exile. But meanwhile, there was so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There were so many questions that even though he spent, you know, I think about 15, 20 years in total, going in and out of prisons during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcome. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This was like Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate trouble in that. Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there, to get some information on his political enemies and the violence that ended up, you know, he was going to be impeached. He ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had like sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over l'affaire Dreyfus, the it changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet, writer, Emile Zola, who actually has written, about a dozen really powerful novels. I read a few. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus because he was like sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus' trial. And obviously, this guy was framed for this. He did not do anything like this or chat with some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Sultan Reza, wrote this remarkable historic article. He covers the entire front page of his newspaper it's the Dawn. And it says, J'accuse, I accuse, and it's a letter to the president of the Republic by Mr. Zola. And it is just total, overwhelming takedown of all of the corruption that was associated with this trial. And he openly said in front page news that this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. I think he had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then, it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon. But he was allowed to go free. His sentence was concluded, and the thing was picked up. But for his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military. And he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail or things like that. There was, a lot of really. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodor Herzl, a father of modern political Zionism, and at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting more Bolshevik, death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial that he said, wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they're given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own, and the Herzl meant Israel and Zionism, and this really was the moment when kickstarted him to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern day Israel. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 19?
No, in 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think, it was something like 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe you shouldn't have gone through all this and let go. But they didn't formally apologize. They didn't declare him innocent. They just said, okay, that's enough. Fine, so it was a huge insult. Anyone else? I don't see Mr. What if I say Cholad? Maybe that Mr. Hans was looking to say something. or they gave us that stuff after. So hard teaching us. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions are yet. There he is. Okay. Okay, we're going back to the lecture. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. After the over on Wednesday, I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in it was probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I, and on the right, you see the way Europe looked after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided into three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, was a dual empire that joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was, shorn of a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where only 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country. You have these new countries like Czechoslovakia, Poland, which had been a country before, was born again after World War I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and it's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, there were a few winners there, like if you were a proponent of Czechoslovak nationalism, you would consider yourself a winner. But there are a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it. And they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that point. Just to give you a sense of, this is the cusp of the short 20th century. It goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways. Nobody is supposed to teach us. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages, I don't know if I can post this video, which I can check, but listening to me talk with COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 31st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, the Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution, whereas if you look to German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews, for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first. Right? So on one side, you got Germans who are this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force, they're not using it as effectively as the way the government, the armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with like horses and wagons and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to mix bullets, just use your bayonets. And they're like, no doubt, Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter, and Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they went through the war, and 3 years into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory, their economy is in tatters, and in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the renaming. Let me start that over again. There was a city in the north called St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word bird, the name of the city is a Germanic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian city. And then after the war was over, the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and wanted to visit the city, you would go to St. Petersburg again. It's got its original name. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries, and one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government was fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over and they arrested him. Later, he was executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because we're making like Eastern Europe with Assad, Syria. There was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed on itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Taik, not a Jewish man, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? Yeah. They weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called Duma that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself. And it's like they didn't have any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of. And so they had to figure out what kind of government it can set. We also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth. Tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make the decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. But before we get to that, it's important to know that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which was shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although in the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time we get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. were not allowed to live so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they were competing with non-Jewish businesses, things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews, and you can see that Israel had massive numbers of Jews. Also worthy of note, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the Pale of settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is the technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Horde, who were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia, as we discussed last week. Russia was not, a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy to a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. So he said, essentially, we can do it. We can rush around and get this done. Very charismatic speaker, managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils in English, of workers, especially urban workers in factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, Mr. Vasilevsky, the Russian veteran, must be right. You know where Nechiste is. Nechiste means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's what it means. Anyways, the Lenin was like that. But in 1922, he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden, and his main deputies include a guy named Bukharin, Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin. And the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and so Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement, let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail, but the anti-communist Russians, of whom there are many, the most important is a group called the Whites. They're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that is on the deck of the International. That's referring to an international communist organization. And you can see this is supposed to be some kind of Aztec ceremonies, where on the right you see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star. It says International on it. And then there are these various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is the Soviet color. And you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all it is at the top there. And several of them are Jews. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of Congress. That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They have this organization called the ROTHSCHILD, which means the All-Russian Central Committee, the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it. WUTSIC stand for Wutsen Kommandier, where 10 Jews are in charge, where 10 Jews command. And, it was not hard to look at it. Like, if you look at this particular list here, Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names, are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now, again, re-emphasizing the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were still people who were attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that were neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national interests. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism. And people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who were not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly somewhat a caricature in the face, but he has the number 30 on his back, which is the sort of 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rapprochement. So, questions, arguments, discussions. Totally clear as the sun at midday. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this? Hello. See, it's like 2 minutes.
I did it. When you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you're not saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful on the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not, but I think there were
It sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government that had such a negative impact. And I say that very just mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. Couldn't tell for sure, but by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazis. The totalitarianism, the forced arrest, the torture, the murders, it's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews
Were participating then.
yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazer Kaganovich, he's a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror family in the 1930s. Tried Ukraine at that time. This is really, really nasty characters. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has built.
Essentially, I heard that being 37, 36, obviously, in the end for Soviet,
Yes.
So the Jews who were Soviets, most of them have been purged. One's up with that. And
That is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after one of my talk about, two bubbles, but I'll give you a short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks. Those are people who actually became communists before the revolution, right? They're old Bolsheviks. And Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskyists. Really are like all in, very anti-Jewish, things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in more detail, is have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s or 1924, during that period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, we're going to move too fast. We have too many people who really don't believe what we believe, and they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number, and in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty things. So it's complicated. Some of this is the kind of stuff that I just know when I put this on YouTube. I will get lots of crazy people writing about it. But let's explore this a little bit more. Okay. So back to where we are. Here we are in the realm of law. So what this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation. That there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February, and then in October the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communists. We want to do things our own way, differently. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out, and these are the Ukrainians who spoke about Magnitsky and stuff like that. But the Ukrainian intelligentsia, places like they reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, we team up, and we need your literacy, we need your urbanization, we need a lot of things that you can do, support from Jewish communities around the world, maybe. Let's create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took hypnose theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Goodnovian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which is totally bizarre. By the way, my book is, believe it or not, is somewhat famous. They translated my book there. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is a document I found in the archive where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document, and as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with the typewriter, is written in Ukrainian, and on the right, because we didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it in Yiddish. And if you look really much closer, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in Yiddish, specifically a I on the I with a without on top of it. The reason for that is that they didn't have a Ukrainian typewriter. They only had Russian typewriters, and in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to specifically add those letters in, which is hilarious. But that also shows how deep the government was. And in fact, towards the end of this 3-year period, the government was essentially operating as a train car, and they were running between three cities in western Ukraine trying to avoid Red Army troops. And that was the extent of the government. So although it was a very noble kind of idea that's involved with Jews, really kind of multicultural government, affairs, et cetera, it was largely favored for the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after there's actually we should say pogroms in 1919, that's why I started. Because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up in a horrific civil war where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was going to be. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the White Russians, who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government, that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. As the anarchist movement under a guy named Roth, very active in Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens and dozens of temporary, ephemeral gangs of pogromists who said on Tuesday it was for the Ukrainians, and on Thursday it was for the communists, and the people who suffered the most was Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they had experienced in 1881 or earlier. And you'll recall we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to the native violence. In the great pogroms of Chisinau and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed in the pogroms. That's pretty awesome on a single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year 1919, conservative estimates put it about 60,000. Wildly liberal estimates go up to a quarter million, probably way too. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. I'm talking about a really, really violent period where huge international outcries for nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally controlled the territory. And here's the point I want to mention. I see your hand, which I'll get to in a second. This time is because of all ways, the Red Army has by far also sort of a worse off Eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you have, people like led by Matt who literally get into the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having them cook breakfast the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites. They have absolutely focused kind of experience for this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against, against the civilian populations. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were associated with the Russians, but the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians town where Ukrainian directors came in, or one of these hoodlum gangs who was going to have violence. So many Jews, and even said, well, that's it, we've got to join the Red Army. You have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of like guys literally running out of base makers, tails flying, and not speaking a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, rifle and they actually had to establish Yiddish language training facilities for these Jews who wanted so badly to do events. That's when you have a big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their lands. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, so that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 1920s. Okay, Mr. Tillman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Why the pogrom? What exactly were they targeting? Right? They were fighting each other. I understand violence against each other, but why the Jews? Was that the event?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Kimstock, a very important scholar of the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, hey, well, why did you hang on 1 second, please? I'm just going to go onto mute for 1 second. Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home, and I have some other people here. Oh, okay. My Remington just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be like super healthy tomorrow. All right, where are we? Oh, yeah, this question also, this question. Why the Jews? So, during this period of time, which actually received a specific name for it, called the Ukrainian Revolution, or in French, the Jacobite, which is based on an earlier model of medieval period. It seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is right at the heart of human people to begin with. People attack the Jews because they were vulnerable. People attacked the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in, the dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just like it was the worst of society. This is why I will call the title of my book here. Let's just go back for a minute. It shows this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it here? The government recognize that phrase? Someone else, yeah, you guys should know this.
We say it by dominating now.
Yeah, good. Well, perfiados. Thank you, Mr. Loiki. Why do we have to pray for the government? The government? Yeah, a very punching phrase. That if it weren't for the fear of government, people would swallow each other alive. So my book is really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there's no government whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for 2 years, that's the worst possible thing to do. So that's basically the motivation for growth. Now,
Even though military at the time,
it's okay.
even though they were in a civil war, they were trying to establish control. Still, they were quite interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, this goes into more detail that I planned for this lecture. If you read my book, be curious, but two things. You note that 40% of the reported pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having all sorts of fairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to its own population. That, they might be saying one thing in their government message to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of who we're talking about. Also, they're, you have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom they don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't read records of their opinions of why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, they're down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from peasants who say, oh, that's it, let's fight for Ukraine, Slav, fight, girl country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. We're fighting against Jews and Mennonites. That's an entirely different proposition. How would you do? So we're looking at this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of human psyche and motivation. And it scarred the Jewish world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you were at Taik, so that book Taik that you wrote, the prayer for the government, I found that very interesting because every year by Yom Kippur, my brother uses this mamzer from like 19 who knows when, and it has brachos in there that are like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the Zohar, for like whoever was in charge of the reading of the title. It has like their names and stuff. It's just kind of this thing.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is, of course, I mean, it's a real deal. We do have to pray for the welfare of the government. In America, too, we definitely have to. It says, we shouldn't think that America is not this, that, we would be exposed to this kind of stuff. Anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regards to a little bit more focus, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Ben-Yura. Interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person. He was actually a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from the humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini, Hitler, the artists, they were not, generals when they came to power. But Yura came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Seine, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, "You said Mr. Petura? Are you Mr. Petura?" He says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead in the street. He is arrested, doesn't try to run away. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You can see Schwarzbard standing up at the left there. However, he had brilliant defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this is all covered in the New York Times, it's like the whole world is watching this particular trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petura was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms in 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a master hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petura deserved it for his role in the pogroms of Ukraine. In and electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today in the Dreyfus affair. A French jury convicted, they acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting 1 franc in damages to Goethe's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Jura himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion. And Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of scholarship that went on and on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially on the Ukrainian side, that it was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainians' bid for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that. Personally, I think it's not the case, but nonetheless, there are some things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of the story, and certainly contributed to the challenges of the Ukrainians and Jews fighting a rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We could begin the next part, we could really go back to what happened in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, support. Perfectly clear as a son of a bit, correct? As can be perfectly clear. Okay, so let's wrap it up today. We'll pick up at the end of the bizarre Soviet Union on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow Mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up for my cheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Great learning with you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Professor.
Unfortunately, I'm a professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Let us just recap one really important point. We kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Chazaria when we're talking about the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry? Why is Chazaria even relevant? Mr. Blashka. An essential why? Why is it essential? Chazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhinelands. What's going on, Mr. Anderson?
Basically, things like that, where people were saying Ashkenazi Jews, everybody Khazarian, like fake Jews.
Like imposters, fake Jews and fake Jews. Very good. Drew, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's a big deal, because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much and contemporary real-life Jews. And on the one hand, and that way you can say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, Yaakov, and Yitzchak, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th or 20th centuries. And it's true, there's going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards. But in those years, it was a huge project of Ashkenazi Jews. You can say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you can say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jews. Now, once again, Mr. Francis, a way of lying, allowing some, it's just for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge. It's, Elise Stefanik, the representative from the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement, because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it, doesn't really matter. They definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to the land of Israel, right? So that's the reason why we have to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, why, right? So let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asks the Ashkenazi Jew. Mr. Rubin. Correct. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardi DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. The genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, we're family. We're not family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, by less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, we've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's some amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenaz framework. But it's such a small number that really an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tillman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. I mean, it's an assumption that really was pioneered by a few things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with this. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. I mean, it's been thoroughly debunked in every way. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is ironically in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny, tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. Well, the Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. But there's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those what are the words? It's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who is one of the greatest scholars of Yiddish language, says that the word daven is Khazari. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word. We use it in Yiddish. But where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word. No, it's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny, tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. We use daven as a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexman who wants to argue that Yiddish is basically derived from Ashkenazic, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme bizarre, realm of, I don't want to say that on recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold. And by the way, I'll give you the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazarian influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. So we have DNA evidence. We have a massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Krantz. The exia refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who are really in Germany, let's say 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yesler. They come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland and Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries, that establishes a great center there. For various reasons, the population explodes in Eastern Europe, but there are plenty of Jews who stay behind in Germany, German provinces, and they become the ethnic. Okay, let's go Halavai Baita now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blaschko. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What is graphy? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happens. Like one of the great German philosophers of history was a guy named von Ranke. He said that history is defined as Was ist eigentlich gewesen war? What actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple because the way that history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious to your generation. You suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth, so what is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience is totally different, right? That's like kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do we construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to just introduce you to two major historians of Eastern Europe, Ashkenazic history that are hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Gretz, who was a major 19th century Jew, 1870 to 1891, major German Jewish historian who was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch, and he was the first great encyclopedic historian. He wrote all of Jewish history, and I think it was 12 volumes in the original German, and it was like a blockbuster. And it was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews written in the modern era. He's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes. I might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenge of this. And one of the arguments about Gretz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wein, who's written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple involved in history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being divided shit, meaning sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good, and we're like, never to blame for any bad things, and we make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand this, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it, you walk away saying, what do they say? That song? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. The Breslov song in Russian. I am so happy to be a Jew. Right? You read these books and say, my gosh, everybody's Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and then the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nonetheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich von Treitschke, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this dreck? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history of documents? I did too. And I'm saying that we have Jews who are involved in speculation, we have Jews who are involved in crime, and not every time the Jews moved into a country where they treated sadly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Gretz's very heroic work, and he says that you're not being fair to the German people, and you're like pumping up your own story, and it's not accurate, and not even not accurate, it is misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans in time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters. The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. You follow the debate between these two historians? Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. It's not like he was faking it. I think he would have. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be a Jew, which is, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He was really strong in certain areas and so on. But this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes in synagogues and things like that. They will essentially give you a Gretz version of history that makes it sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots and things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily want to see them, publicized, but there they are. Salo Whitmer Bayer Fallon, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops at the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book based on 20 languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gretz's model of the history, it is, he also used the German term, Leidens- und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked in pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happen. And when we get to that section of this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. It's really worse than you could probably imagine. And at the same time, there's learning, there's Jews. The Rashi was writing, and Bali Puch was writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and all these amazing cultural artifacts, despite the lie that the pogrom. So he said that all of that stuff is maybe true, but it is what he called black most, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the College of Art. I have never met anyone who's actually read all of Barron's 18 volumes because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with a kind of Gretzian feel. I do believe that we are amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little bit more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussion, debate, objections. No? Leidens und Gelehrtengeschichte is history. Leiden is sadness. Gelehrten is like Mr. Gelehrten area, right? So he's learned man. So Gelehrten is like learning history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books and pogroms and books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there are unfortunately lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Benedict's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is really what we need to see for the first time. Yeah, we also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter? Mr. Adlerston. Legally binding law. Excellent. Between the homes, who are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly, that's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. These are not really complex organizations. But the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king, will be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, small class of people in the church, and many of whom themselves are illiterate. The nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that vein in a moment. But if we could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet. So you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have monopoly, because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't discard these documents, they considered them very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So they don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom in the seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Turner. Well, because let's say someone was trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term krechma, like a little inn. Jews usually had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. Let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some up on here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local ports and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the port says, I don't remember saying that. I said, no, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. Even if the ports can't read it, it's like they've got the document. It's like magic. And that can be a temptation for forging these documents. Yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, no, the son. Charlemagne was hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land and that's why they went to the finance? Yeah, maybe. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in Middle East? Mr. Grant? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. So you might get kicked off your land. Right. One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residence. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday. Because I don't want ever for the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. No, there are other reasons for that. But, yeah, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story we tell. Very good. Mr. Lloyd. Literacy, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, if you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already in the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, oh, well, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example. But 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So this is a big gap. Mr. France, you got I like your appointments, but you got to raise your hand so we can maintain order. Go ahead, Mr. France. Yes, precisely. It's built into our culture in a very big way. We also have a much higher rate of female literacy as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't want to go to the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger than the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples on the screen in just a minute, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis the right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved, and because he was actually the king, especially important. Who you looked at in the assignment. Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpaya. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to sell meat to non-Jews. That was a bit of a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the GUINNESS is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying. They just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's not traits for them, and it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and manipulate and remove the GUINNESS. Spartan, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the GUINNESS, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews were saying, we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to you non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I should use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around their community? Keep them separate, and like what kind of separate? What are we worried about, Mr. Blanchko? Pogroms, that's right, it's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these dated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews. And it's the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt am Main, where it became a ghetto, became like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period of the Ashkenaz, early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it was a way of making sure that they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community who get to bury their dead separate from others. There are synagogues, which is it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents, and even Jewish documents that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Arkos means leader, and that archy-synagogue serve as a judge. In other words, Jews are given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem? Hiring Christian employees. Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews could own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christians. That was like hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium, and Christians are frequently, especially churchmen, are frankly, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Grant. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of threats, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things we want. First, we want safety and security. Then we want like community. Then we want, like financial success. We want all these things, and so you will have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want. First of all, we want not to pay taxes, but there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. There's a lot of Christians who want to get rich as well. That's selling these already mentioned. Okay, so these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido. I always thought it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but he's an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer. He spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive 4-volume with thick medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it, and he would eventually survive to go to Chicago, where he was a professor, but the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost, and Kish actually reconstructed it basically from memory. He was able to, with tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill, to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany, like a province, and Spiegel means mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Krantz? Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Bless, do you want to answer that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the idea. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law primarily because we compare it as a revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halakha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and the Kodesh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions that becomes the Torah. And of course, we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, or what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk skin in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow, and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century institution called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Reuke's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Those of you who studied comic book version. If you're studying pre-med, biology text, there's so many big words in it. Just give me a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsen Spiegel. So he was great at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsen Spiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? I think it's actually a king, but you're right, royalty, right? Royalty. Royal crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. Those are not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, their hats. It's kind of nice. Let's bring it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitres. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the Mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. And who's this guy here? Exactly, another Mendicant order, right, with the Usher haircut kind of thing. right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck, those guys. I'm like, what was this? They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, this is a long cigarette. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like, like social media friends with them, and we have done a couple of things together. Like we've had a podcast like you once. But I happened to see him at the OHEL once. So there was I was at the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. We said, "Hey, let's take a picture, right?" So my son takes a picture of me and Nissan Black. And Nissan Black, he just puts his finger out. He was pointing at me. It felt so good. So I was blowing that up. Anyways, so here's two Dominican friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are there women? I think they mean Genevieve Clow. Women. Yeah, all women. You put two a plural, all women. Right, yeah, but wait, you got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of Mendicant friar, you've got another type of Mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of the class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew, right, okay, not Gandalf, yes. But what? Yeah, so how do you know it's Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people as Jews too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenhut, or Jew hat, which was, according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that was convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. So sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it would be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands, I'll get you in a second. There is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually comply, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time that when you wanted to depict a Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character. Okay, he's Mr. Gertz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Gertz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky. Good. Excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that for fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, it's a little more stern. Maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying finger is like a put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German and Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead and, oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Kranz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a good book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Shtreimel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today. Right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats? Right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, this was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of yeshivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbi get the black hats, but we have like great inflation, hot inflation. Let's get to wear. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards. That was like it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. Rabbi had a beard. Mr. Edges. Yes. With a beard? So interesting. I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Rabbi got into so much trouble Venice based in is the first of his many legal situations that he got involved in. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, you remind me of my grandmother. A lot of times she used to say, "Besser Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe," which I'll translate to those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Wisdom. Okay, so here, that's what this section is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That won't be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there, and they should be protected. Just from like, yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, so I really have to like help these Jews out. I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to? Well, look at the section 3. It says the king is responsible for the Mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The section 3 was actually very pro-Jewish. And this is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will grow over time significantly. I'm sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you had your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. Derogatory. We'll see even worse things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So the English tax roll from about the same period. Okay? This guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the double, right? Here's another Jew wearing the uniform, right? What do you notice? And this is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Anna. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noises, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? Because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. So far, it's like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost always pictures of Jews. Mr. Anderson? I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register rule, 12th century. Okay, let's look at another one of these. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, he's next. No, these are pipes, and yeah, they're weapons, right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got these. Good, I'm dry. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably doesn't look like he was living a clown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall. It indicates how we're going to organize our defense against the Mongol hordes or whoever is coming to town, and who has to listen to him. So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows, and they've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, the nomadic people are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. And the note on the Jews' participation, he doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily ours. Go ahead, so. Because these guys all have pikes coming out here, right? This guy, where's this pike? Oh, wait, let's count it. Maybe you're right. Maybe let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think you go. I think that's a puzzle. But don't you want to say that the Jew has the pike, but this guy doesn't? So everyone's had their answer. It looks like the pikes go in the back or something. So, it's a good question. You'll have to go back and look at Guido Fish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is that the Jew is included. So, I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the presence, but they're required. We saw that also with Rudiger's here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P and a W might be some kind of like legend that goes through the text. I love how primitive this art is. This is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so important. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Blushdown? Right, very good. Obviously, with cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the unibut. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we examine in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abraham? Now it's interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting me to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. But what about? But how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not so often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. And Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some that they're allowed to ride side saddles. You can't ride like regular camels. They're also. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. You can use a sword for sure. Not as long as a tank, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews? Any non-Muslims who are Jimmy. Exactly. If you are non-Muslim and you don't make the Jimmy category, you can't be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. I think that's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms. Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense to make on that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law book. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run in society, and it says, please bring me out this option spiegel so I can see what we do with this option. And they'll take it out and they'll flip through and they'll say, is there anything about Jews here? And they'll see this picture of Jews. Oh, I was wondering if they could carry a sword. So you're obviously they can carry Jews swords because that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yankov? Yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that picture. We're not sure if that right picture says they're not allowed to carry bikes. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the types, I'm still not sure. It has ruined my lecture. That's really could be. It's hard because the talent of an artist is not so clear. It's been a while since I actually read Guido Fish's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so what I think we can walk away from this here is that we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Right? Very fair, very good. Mr. Abrams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of trades. It's not invariably czar. Mr. Anderson. I think that's a fair assessment. Let us also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurants. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abraham, one more point. Question. Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity, really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. They can simply say, well, fuck it, I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments. And the only thing is if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We look at Jews who converted to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for then using their new Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappeared from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Davis, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz and I talk about the term Germany, it's really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon Le Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. And one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there are no longer the residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws which simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built-up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate, right? They could do math. And so, in a decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, this is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true, Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us. And they complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money. We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens? And he says to his advisors, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Doc. I didn't say that, but made that right up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, the Supreme Court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, and he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806, maybe 1806, I think so, he convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourself separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate as equal citizens, or do we have to treat you as enemies or join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so? So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. Put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din could no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care. I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a guess. I don't care. You can just walk away. Because the French government says, you don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, that's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without this. Wow, I've talked so long. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's like 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Mr. Abrams. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on, of course, but majority of them were not traditionalists. They would want to change halacha. It's very, very early halachic, yes. They were very inclined towards, well, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. So we'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important Rabbi David Simon, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Jewish on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today. It's like 9 volumes. So they had some findings on it too. And he very carefully threaded the needle between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'll show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they love Napoleon. Just look at this. It's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you see Napoleon, Emperor and Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? You see some giant Sanhedrin, it has the years when it's sat. What is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yes. Oh, shit. Okay, there you go. It's crazy. And here, and what's he giving? Oh, shit. Yikes. And what does that mean? Yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews need this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Mahavya, Ellen, Alphe, Havdachos. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting, what you are saying. This was not like, this did not get it was the please him, but it was. Well, I have a feeling that they definitely wanted to please him. He was, an incredible narcissist that he loves these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most leaders are actually. I don't believe in it, but I'm going up for some interview on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude that love is not being took to say we do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, Hasidim, especially Chabad, was very much against this. They called, Napoleon means Bonaparte means Helek Tov, and there were Jews who were saying he's the Helek Tov, he's like the Mashiach, he's the good fortune. And Chabad was saying like crazy, he's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with. Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifact, right? This coin that gives you a sense of how Jews slavishly fell over themselves with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship and what they were prepared to give up. It's a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us. And this is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, Ashkenazim pioneered this social structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterlands, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities, sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they started trying to organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize, and as they had to respond to social, political, and economic needs, and they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, definitely deliberate. We have explicit takanot. We're going to talk about that in a minute. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we are going to organize ourselves. Okay, and it is essentially how we do it today, although in a limited fashion. It's really good that we just contrasted the era of Napoleon because the main difference between the Kehillah of, let's say, 1650 and the Kehillah of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to contribute some of your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, presume to hey, you can. But if you don't, God forbid, you can block. You know, you can maintain a secular identity, you can identify yourself as a Dolphin if you want. It really doesn't matter because you don't have to affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path for Jews, as it were. So you were either in or out, binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, again, it's not speaking about religious advantages, but just social and anthropological advantages. You have a community supporting you, you have a social service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protection, you have potential marriage partners, you have all kinds of things associated. The disadvantage is you got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free, you have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I gotta get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you, Mr. Schwartzman. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for putting that out. Mr. Schwartzman, right? Lorenzo. Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard because, and he is really unique, and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that we were talking already the 1600s. It was right when the Kehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, forced out of Taik because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian community. That was very rare. It also had to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which is an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of things. Mr. Everson. Yes, correct. So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer. Complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions. Right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, we definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Jewish Sephardic influence from the south of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identities. Not saying that Portuguese or Sephardic Jews were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself applied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead because we're still here basically around the year 1000, usually way before the Haskalah happened. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. that in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, in ain kemach, ain Torah, you have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for federal funds, no such thing. You have to raise it from yourselves. One of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to do and how much money you have to pay. And if you didn't like it, there was one exit door, and that is to become a Christian. And that some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it and they were very bitter about it, but that's the only way out. Also, we realized that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kehillah was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the values and leadership of men by and large, principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through organizations called the Chevras, which are kind of like an important executive function of the Kehillah. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not in direct ways. Perhaps the most obvious way is who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kehillah, only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders, only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being. Also, the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are caveats. Let's now look at actually how it works. So it was based on a Talmudic model. If you look at the discussion of Megillah, you'll see the discussion of these people called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. Usually there would be kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who are all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant on the one hand you've got kavod, you've got honor, and on the other hand you were expected to pay. You were expected also to pay for that honor with generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. Usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogue today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of the shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. That's how the good people of the city of Tuvei are constantly up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and we will see, we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There's 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Do you understand? Okay. That's so nice. I was not quoting Rabbi, and I'm sure that in the post-location that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking like myself, funny, thank you, funny. And I'll also tell you now, ask me when we finish this, what is the Abraham world history? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in the first world is money. Have lots of money. Mr. Black said, your bonus close. I'm looking for a slightly different word. Reputation is very valuable, but you get reputation from one of 3 things, which are the 3 things. Wisdom also close. Mr. Parente. Learning. That's also a little bit like Keter Torah. That's also a bit like, learning. So you get money, you get status for money, don't do learning. And then the third one, you already said established in a slightly different way. Kahuna, what is kahuna? Okay. Close. Convent, close to Parente. Very good. So can only Kohanim have status? Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus, right? Yichus, right? If you have lineage, money, learning, lineage. Those are the three ways you get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are three ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. Unless you guys are descended from the Chofetz Chaim, or unless you guys have gazillions of dollars, learning is only check. So pay attention, test, there's going to be a test. You can always make more money, step like that. That's remember, Mr. Vasilevsky. I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is. Yichus. If you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But, right. But you can lose that too. Right? That I think it's the least stable because people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from a simple family. And look at that, that's what he did. Right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable, but learning, that's the Torah, right? Torah. Mr. Vasilevsky. Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. You know famous people, that makes you a shtickle famous too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether you, and the word yichus really means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, that's the other thing that we're going to go on. I mean, terrible things you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess. Yeah, but that's not status. That is that it's income, maybe. It depends on who you know. Personally, I have so many jokes running through my head, but I have recorded them, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards when we shut on for the shoot. That's true. That's true. Okay, so let's go on and look at the structure. First, at the top is the two-way idea. These are people who typically have status in money. That's like the most fungible asset because they're going to have to give some of that away. And some of those people might be there because of business. They might be there because of money. But money is the most important. Under them is a body called, or a person called the Parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it comes from the verb, the parnes, right? To provide, to give parnassus, to give a livelihood. So the Parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I wouldn't use the male gender because no pronouns are all men. Oops. Yep. Right. Okay, so the Parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like the two here decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have, beside the president, the rabbi or the baker, the judicial branch. Right? I know all about this. I just had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing. And here, we don't have a legislative wing, really, because that's really built into the judicial wing system here. But the rabbi and the baker are there to make sure that what the two-way idea asks for is within the boundaries of halakha. And there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the Parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the Parnas is typically one of the two-way ideas. He's like nominated from above them. So that means he has what aspect? Money, right? The Parnas is wealthy. And they represent largely the wealthy class. The rabbi, on the other hand, he pays his salary. Yeah, here, exactly. So he is an employee of the Tibet. But what is the power base? Again, I'm not talking like philosophically, philosophy, and stuff like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi?
I've never seen such a pathetic.
This is like,
if the 1960 Olympics.
So we give him money, right? But what is I'll give you a third example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party, and they're going to invite some inappropriate, I'm trying to think of an example that I can keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in the car, actually. You have examples with the Reish Garusa quite often, where they want to do something that's just not really according to Torah principles. And they have the money to do it, and they want to do it. And the rabbi speaks up and says, no, you can't do that, right? Because it's against the halacha. So, the Tuvayer just shuts down the rabbi and will forget it. We'll get another rabbi. Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who is offering spiritual support to the people. He consoles them, he teaches them, he does all those kinds of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way, to have a particular kind of event or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halacha doesn't go like that, and okay. And they have to look. They could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the Tuvayer will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it always ends badly if they have a long conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of the people and the will of the wealthy elite to largely support the community. But on the other hand, sometimes, maybe because of conspicuous consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for people? So both groups have Gabbai. We all know the term Gabbai. Today, we tend to think of a Gabbai as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't necessarily want to do, organizing, yes, what a leader, and he goes up to hard about things like that. But the term Gabbai, it actually means collector, the gabos, to collect. And in that context, it's a better translation would be enforcers, right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayis are there to make sure that people don't step out of line. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme. You don't see too many examples of that, but you do see examples of the atheists ordering flogging. And you have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip. They'll whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way. Rarely with actual mentally caused pain. Definitely to use social phobia. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbis did have to buy in to do so. Where this might come up is you used to appear before the Beit Din after having a summons several times. It was warned and so on. You also see it with it's much more of a problem in the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and refuse to give them a get. The rabbis would call out the Gabbai, go straight away, and there's a scene, I'm sure, in the Torah, basically putting Gemara, that they're allowed to beat him until he recognizes that he really wants to do this by the get. So he realizes of his own accord, as it were. Yes, Mr. Simmons. The Amakis artist would be in that category of what the Gabbai is. I don't know if the halachically they would typically call it. Oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century in Russia. Definitely. We even have some very rare isolated cases of capital punishment instituted by the Beit Din. Typically, when you have someone who's threatening the entire community, so you're going to go to the ruler and say that there's a Christian child was killed and so on, this could be disastrous. Yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four, but just regular stuff, whatever it takes. Knives, guns, sticks, Mr. Grants. Yeah, that's exactly why the Defiant is there. So mine. Remember, I said coercion. To kill, although warm and supportive, is very coercive. But the most typical thing would be, by the way, because that's the taxation, that the Tuvayer would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gemayim would come collect it. If it didn't want to pay it, then the Gemayim had other means to do that. But
Welcome.
excellent question.
How are you?
That's an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra
Yo, dog.
legal power.
It's been in your neck of the woods. Happy Joe. Happy Julie. What's good? What's good, son? How'd you find? I'm kicking ass thinking that. How'd you find out about me? Oh, very cool. Well, welcome. I'm just watching some podcasts. Feel free to enjoy, big dog. You're welcome, my friend.
Just like Rabbi and actually cut off someone's hand because he was a repeat offender, threatening to hit people. But they could say, we want to establish ourselves as we love, this is the way we're going to do it. We've got to collect money, that's how we do it. Mr. Anderson. Yeah, it was very progressive tax. So they could say how many cows you had, all kinds of things. That's how they make an assessment. And again, remember we're talking about really small communities, maybe 500 people in a community, and they're looking around saying, wow, look at that. I see you painted your house. It must be doing well. The chickens are selling well this year, right? And then they would say, maybe you should make contributions short of 500 for us. Mr. Abrams. Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system, so you could have upward mobility. You couldn't change from, disloyal to Levi or to Cohen, but you could easily move up into some status with them. Largely because Napoleon shut down any police authority on behalf of the rabbi, and modern states basically follow that as well. We've had a situation here in New York and New Jersey 4 years ago was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned the cases of men who refused to give their wives gifts. So there were some guys up in Jersey hired drugs to go and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and then they beat him with rubber hoses and threaten him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was and sued the people, and they went to jail. Because we're not allowed to do that. Right? I'm an American citizen. I just pledge allegiance. No one can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, got that, right? You didn't have a GUINNESS crisis until the 20th century. It's largely as a result of the power of these devices. Mr. Parenti, we need to go. So that's a tough question to answer, but I think we should understand this is a deeply unique society, but Judaism is an extremely agile in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, the posting will look at new social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt these goodness. Everything from schools to origin and things like that are various adaptations towards essentially trying to figure out how do we live in society, what does the Torah allow us to do. So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what hinges on it, as we should see with Takasuri and Gershon and the Parnas. Now the Parnas is required to manage the self-lift, and most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with the Kehillah. These are so-called committees, right? In other words, Kavra, meaning friendship or circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tend to be especially powerful and predominant. And you can have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most significant efforts was the Fibra Kedusha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they only pick people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, have an inverted age pyramid in some parts of the world, like Florida, where I live, but of guys like me even. And then the burial society had tremendous power. One of the first things that the state didn't do, if a person didn't want to comply with a summons or a payment or a get or something, they would say, if you don't follow through, you will have to tell the state not to bury over. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years, a communal burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. And people would be terrified, and they would say, okay, I will pay, I will do yes. But Hebron Hadisha was a really powerful, the first Hebron established once the community got started. But there's so many others. There's Hebron Shas, there's education, people of clothing, there are four, Sunday Shabbos, there's Sixer, Sunday Shabbos, which of course we still have today, and most communities will have a Sunday Shabbos supporter of Shabbat, which means, giving food to people, they also get the Shabbat. Ozer Dalim, poor people, Hachnasas Kala, also very important. Chevra that was providing for poor brides to start their homes. Not travelers, Chevra for people who want to get together and say, whatever it is, the dealer was set up for this. And with the obvious exception of the police force has men take care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Chevra, are populated by women, run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the community. So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send out the buy-in if you don't comply, and all things like that. But the upside is, this is an extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support network that rivals anything you have in Europe until really 20th century. This is way before universal education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim, being Ashkenaz in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. They were figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant. It's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time, and we still benefit from it today. Okay, just a comment. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of cohesion, in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, like everybody being Christian, but it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. So the Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. Largely an Ashkenazi creation. Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Manman, very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Carnegie. The question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare and food banks and things like that. I don't really think to see if they got this from this sort of structure they grew up in. I would think there's definitely a strong influence, but I'm not sure it's linear, because their socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a communal level, it's definitely where it's not good. Last question, we've done the one. Yeah. Well, these are not people, these are like organizations. It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all of these services. If they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll be able to come to Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to start their family, they'll go to Hafnat Kala. And if they just want to get together, old people want to get together and try to take them together, they'll go to things like that. And so, but there's always going to be a class conflict as well. There will be Jews who are very wealthy, who may not get along necessarily with Jews who are at much lower level of status. You know, as my father would say, tout ça change, tout c'est la même chose. I didn't tell you the Abrams rule of history. Oh, I have to tell you that because I forgot. The Abrams rule of history, I will repeat it again. It's really referring. Does anyone know the Abrams rule of history? Just a little bit. What is the Abrams rule of history? Ah, very good, very good. I would say slightly differently, but you said it very well. You don't know why something happens. The answer is probably money. Money is so important to how social processes evolve. It's not, it can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. Shall we go on? Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged in the sense that they did not vote for the Tubeir, they could not be the Parnassus among the Tubeir, they couldn't be the rabbi and so on. But there were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their destiny. Not only through the leadership of the Hebras, and by the way, so local schools, and just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the adult ed and the Noah's groups and all those things, the women are all over the place. They're really involved in actually doing the stuff at the Hebra level. But you also had this long-standing idea of sanctioned disruption being open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by the partner or even the rabbi or anything like that, to go into the men's section of school, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas Torah, and stand on the beam and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received a promise that her demands would be heard. Yeah, but it happened. It was like a thing that it was extreme. Right? I could only get away with it a few times before people say, she's in the sugar there. But nevertheless, it was a drastic way that it was an accepted way that, there's no other way to stop this. You have to go right to the center of the community, right on Shabbos, and refuse to let anything happen until you were heard. And we have interesting examples of this. That's your tumor. Well, when you use the term excommunicate, you have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's review that. What power did we said they're very coercive. So what powers do they have? At the highest level, we talked about corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you have periods of legally, right, ostracism, formal ostracism, where the Beit Din could say simply, this person that has transgressed, he doesn't turn up the summons, he hasn't done whatever, nobody is allowed to do business with him for 30 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. Nobody is allowed to talk to him. You can't get any aliyahs, you can't, nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracisms that they could use. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of social pressure they're used to achieve their ends. So a woman who would do something like this was a big hit on their social standing that they wouldn't do it. But you know what? It might be worth it. She might feel that she's being abused by the system, and this is the only way that she can protest, and so she'll take advantage of it. And their needs are typically heard, maybe not addressed, but these heard. So it's not an equal system, but nevertheless it works for 1,000 years, right? Okay, so let's go on to the Takanos of Rabbeinu Gershon, which is extremely important in this regard. We talked a lot about structure, and I've also sort of spread this out over several hundred years, but we have to look at one figure in particular which is especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershon, our Rabbi Gershon, Meor HaKolah, the light of the exile. Extremely important person. Have any of you heard of him before? Yes, excellent. The Arab Durang will get the most important thing. So he was born in Metz, and he had yeshiva in Mainz, born around the year 960, and he died in the year 1028. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually, a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu Gershon, a memory of the righteous and holy Ephraim. Rashi who enlightened the eyes of the exile, right? That's what it's from Mayor Hezbollah. And upon we all depend upon all Ashkenazi Jews are the disciples of his disciple. That's the type of it. But that's the idea. This is, by the way, a medieval woodchuck. Rabbi Shalomo, supposed to be Rabbi Yitzchak Ben Shlomo, Rashi. I don't know if that's what he actually looked like. Rabbeinu Gershom passed a whole series of these takanos, these decrees that set up the Tehillah and all kinds of other things. We talk about the most famous ones in the middle. So important that lots of other takanos, long after he died, were published in his name. So we have lots of takanos that Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, but they're called takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom because that's a way to enforce compliance. Right? People will say, oh, this is the son of Rabbeinu Gershom. Must be really important. It could be that it was issued by some community 50 years after he died, but they lumped it in there in order to, it's kind of like, you know, you see yogurt that has a stuff on it that says glatt kosher. Right? There's no way that yogurt is glatt kosher, because only meat can be glatt kosher, but nevertheless, people have this phrase, glatt kosher, it must be really kosher. And so Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later times. We know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. There's a 1,000-year-old grave marker. There is some older than that. We know from the Old Ruach, the very early Ashkenazic Rishon, that his son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later killed. The pogroms in 1012, and that he was somehow wrapped up in it. There was some question about the nature of that conversion and how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it. That is a subject of machlokas among historians. He was married twice, and we do have Suba for his second wife, whose name is Dana, dated 1213, which suggests that it could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is Takanos, where the conceptualized as about a pure example, right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but I'm going to put this on the web later, so just for everybody in the web audience to know. Historically, Jews practiced polygamy, right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a kind of a half-wife or concubine. Yaakov, of course, Jacob had 4 wives or 2 wives each concubine, so it's like certainly within the realm of the possibility for Jewish men to have more than 1 wife historically. But around the year 1000, the era of early Ashkenaz, Rabbeinu Gershom ended up with a ban, a pharaoh, one of these terms used kind of like excommunication, that you are not allowed to marry more than 1 wife. As I said, you're just going to have 1 wife. Now, why did he make this ban? What's going on? Just like a good, 3,000 odd years after we know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the reasons for that? The ideas and guesses? Yes.
What's up, big guy?
Evening out the ratio of men to women. The ratio of men to women is basically stable except at times for war. Men tend to die at a higher rate. But that does not seem to be much of an instance in this concept. Fighting with smoking Islam, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? They've been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point.
Yeah, I can't help you with
and
that.
typically, who marries more than 1 wife? People who are wealthy, people who can afford more than 1 wife.
When I
And
can't,
so
I
that
will
means
know.
that more people of the poorer classes might not be able to do so. But if they have a daughter in a poor family, then they see it as an advantage to have her step up socially, marry a rich man, even as a second wife. So the system kind of works itself out anyways. Money, yes, that's right. Yes. There you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here? What's our question? Yeah. Exactly. Krishna practice and monogamy, right? So one reason for it maybe because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world, that Christians are beginning to get powerful part of the world, and these are out of step with the practice of polygamy. Think about 19th century America, where Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today, but so I simply don't know. He also, here's one other really important thing. What about the relationship here? The consent of a wife to be divorced. That Rabbeinu also, he also said that it is not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. We've been speaking up until now a few times about men who abandon their wives. But what about women who don't want to be divorced and their husbands forcing to divorce them? What does it say in the Gemara about that? Right? It's difficult for who to get by. Right, exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they'd be cast adrift. If a husband were to decide, I don't like, the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce you, then it's going to be really tough. It can be abrupt and it can be harsh. So there seems to be, within the kind of immigration, a consistent follow through wanting to support women's status, women's position within our society. And so the ban on polygamy means no more half-status wives, no more second-class wives. And the consent of wife to divorce means that as women have to agree to be divorced, it means that they can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status. Mr. Kurtz, right? So he seems to have a lot of concern for women's status, which is pretty significant that he found. Frankly, last comment, you gotta go post it. Yeah, no, it's a separate thing. It's separate. I don't know which one came first, but it actually came at the same time with a package. So I'm not positive. Another one is interesting. He insisted on privacy of correspondence. This is like one of those examples where he's contributing to, or he's responding to a social change where people are writing letters, and there's no halacha before Rabbeinu Gershon that says you can't read other people's mail. Mail was not common in times of, you have a mail system in Persia at the time of the Gemara. I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha you can't read anyone else's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail in the Persian era? Besides the fact that we know about it in other records. Right, the Megillah is all full of letters, right? There's sending those back and forth, So he insisted at this point, for the sake of efficacy of business communication, that you're not allowed to use anyone else's mail. This, by the way, is a smaller, less known kind of became very, very important in the 20th century because of the invention of a new form of correspondence. Telegram, post, email, right? Email is email correspondence. Are you allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelope, or can you actually look at people's email, right? Like one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail, don't use your private email, because that's not truly private for you. If you write in your secure Turo emails, then whatever I say to you, then it is like tracked forever as a legal document. Correct, but it's more private. And legally, it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think, Chuck Rivers this year I graduated, and take me to court and they'll stomach me. No, you do. You do. If you're emailing about, first of all, you're still emailing about university business. But it's, so if you're emailing anyone in the university or university, use your security for everything. If you're emailing me, hey, I got engaged, come to my board. Okay, here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant besides the data. The Keren HaYishuv, the ban on settlement. Everybody know what this thing is. Hugely important, massively significant. Mr. Abelstein. So that's going to be later. But the Keren HaYishuv was a social control on who was allowed to live any given year. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled competition among Jews. So if you had a community, a yishuv, had a settlement, right, and they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy shows up from another, shtetl, and he wants to set up a shoemaker's store. The Keren HaYishuv, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the Tequila had the right to regulate who could move into the Tequila, who could set up a business, who could compete with existing communities. So it was extremely important because it meant that they would engage in a level of protectionism that might seem foreign to an kind of American mindset, but basically this is a way to ensure that people could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the Keren HaYishuv of the Jewish community, where they could say, yes, you have the right to secure all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Bronze family that's in charge of silversmithing here. No other people are allowed to come to town and start up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to Mars and Baba Basta of how close they competing businesses be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street and another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors down, I don't know, salad. 3 doors down, another Chinese restaurant opens up. You can try private pay out and say, what's going on? This guy's going to take away our business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. He's like 3 doors down from me. Well, it depends on where you live or if it's a kosher restaurant and they report to the Vaad, then yeah, theoretically the Vaad could say, we don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after Napoleon, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority, so that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the Vaad says, no, we don't think you should set up a Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? He might go to get another restaurant. Say, what do I need this Vaad for? I'm going to go to a different Vaad. And that's how we have, our community kind of loses its integrity because it figures out with multiple authorities. There's a downside to it. On the upside, you have coercion. So on the upside, you have consistency and community holds together, but on the downside, higher prices because you only have one shoemaker, one kosher Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is basically the compromise they made that was extremely effective and kept the people going for about a year. Only exception to that rule, also Gemara, when is there no Keren HaYishuv, no competition rule? In Torah, that's right. If you have a day school set up right here, you can set up another day school, another yeshiva right next to it. Because the Torah is open game, anybody can teach Torah. Okay, let's see now. We talked about why. Right? So let's do the last part here, the impact. This is Chagall's thinking of a wedding. That's not Chagall. Yeah, it's Chagall, right. So the ban is especially interesting to see over the next 20 years because the way he formulated the ban on polygamy was it was only for 500 years, and then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So lot of ideas. Why did he only make it 5 years when he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever? Also, he specifically said it's for the lands of Ashkenaz. Like, it was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it's not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, they still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews into Israel with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that ban. He's the one who gives us the source of his expiry date, which is actually 1240. And from that point on, Rabbi Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but Ramah says that we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, I'm not going to step into halakhic areas. Ask you, I think they share about this. But let's say for what there are other bans that can't work for women against their will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she's moved to the middle of Syria, and she doesn't want to hear from anyone. You call her up and say, "Sarah, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys." And she says, "I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a death from you because of the kind of organization I want to punish." So in that kind of bizarre situation where you have only people who are deaths, a rebellious human, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man would marry a second wife, not undivorced his wife. Divorce his wife, he won't accept it, but he's about to marry a second wife. Similarly, if a woman is asking for family, like difficult issues, the person to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because after all, it's imposed by a Rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements like here in 1931 where people say, "Hey, wait, no, we don't have this ban anymore. We really have to renew it again. We have so many things. This should have a crisis. Why don't we just let them marry rich and so on?" But that never went anywhere. Okay. And one last point, I do want to say in this context, we talked so much about the kind of organization. One of the really important things is that it's mentioned that God forbid, so get married and be happy and it's not it. But if God forbid divorce is an option, give your wife again. That's right. Okay. That's the end of this lecture. If you want to start the second lecture, any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein. Yeah, absolutely. I just spoke at school recently. I found in the Vivo archives terrifying mimeograph document that was he showed out in a displaced person camps where the husband was right. If the husband was right, I'm going to marry Princess Leia. I'm actually married a Sarah, but I don't know what happened to her. And he would swear and he would sign this document that if Sarah shows up, she survived, and now he's married to two children, and he would do whatever the nation says is the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, divorce the first wife. Terrifying. Good point. Okay, let's go to economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history. In the ancient world and in the modern world, in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. The first, we do have, there's kind of like from the 19th century, there was a bias against it saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm was because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, But largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become big landowners, Mr. Adlerstein? Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't live within walking distance of a shul or a mikvah or a close Chinese restaurant. So you definitely, that's one good reason. Mr. Blashko? Pogroms, tell me about that. Yeah. So then what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? I think you're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? You can't say it with you. Mr. Rubin, do you have the word here? No, what I like to say is it's very hard to run carry at once, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and you need to flee, and essentially abandon your land. And right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that. Violin. The reason is it's very hard to run carry a piano. So real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative expulsions. The local king, Lord, noble warriors, Jews were expelled 5 times from France in one century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're expelled. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Ferrante. It's an excellent point. You'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them. It's really not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers. But overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer owning a choice. Okay, good point. Well, because you have to invest in real estate. And if you're poor, anything that tax you around. Yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all the things that we do. You definitely invest in skills, and you invest in skills that were liquid, like medicine, right? If you're a doctor, you could just put up your shingle anywhere and start a doctorate. If you are a goldsmith, a silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver come to you to be able to work with it, but you have the skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, a building, anything like that, you're attached to that, you're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, also put it in hiding places. Actually I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of jewels and things like that are frequently out of Jewish hoards. Quite fascinating. Like you carry it and you come back and you pick it up. Mr. Parenti, go on. By what? Like farmers? Yeah, it's not really a thing. Jews generally, when they were farmers, they're more likely to dairymen and things like that. They're good to the soldiers as well. It's really about price then. Perhaps the best example would be meat. Right? Jews need to be in the meat industry, to have kosher meat. But Ashkenazim, as we discussed last week, right? Before, Ashkenazim do not eat the meat hamasher, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they basically, the back half of the cow, with the filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper meat that's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it. They can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, is very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's sometimes. Okay, let's see. Risk and benefit analysis here we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we will talk about in much greater degree in a moment. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. And Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given Kehillah, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we have 7 minutes, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip mall, something like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on this for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just first look at this interesting image. This is a 16th century image by Quentin Massey, the money changer and his wife. And you can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, it's dyed red, which is an expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture, a Jewish couple, because here she's reading like clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, he's also the artist here is portrayed a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here, so you can see his actual face in it. Not very good resolution, but nevertheless. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that the kings want to do, there's a few different ways they can do so. You can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers who are growing wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is great, right? Wheat is really useful. You can make it into bread, things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires